A live stream is started and recording has started.
Thank you. And Will, you read my mind getting the slide deck up. Thank you so much.
And I'm now going to start the webinar.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. We'll get started in about 5 minutes. Welcome to any of the attendees watching this meeting. And we'll soon welcome some of the Resource Planning Advisory Group members themselves. Welcome, everyone. We'll get started in just a few minutes here. Hi there, Kara.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you, we can see you. I'm updating your name and you should be all set.
Yep, sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, and Kara, I will be really just looking to you and Philip in the back channel chat. Yeah, if anything comes up.
Okay, and you know that I'm covering the feedback slides that are at the beginning, so I'm gonna turn my camera off and look at my notes real quick and be ready to go.
That sounds good.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. We'll get started soon. Great. Welcome, Jennifer. Thanks so much for being here in place of your colleague. I'm just going to update your name to show the UTC.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad Joel could go take a nice vacation.
Yes, we all need those sometimes. Great. Well, before we officially get going, Lakshman, can I just hear you and see you real quick so we know that your audio is working okay?
Yeah, sure. Can you see me?
Yep, we can see you, we can hear you. That looks great. And I'm just going to update your name with PSE.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all for being here. We have a full house today. All right, well, welcome any members of the public who are going to be observing this Resource Planning Advisory Group meeting. We'll be sure to leave time for you at the end for your comments to RPAG members as well as to Puget Sound Energy. But we appreciate you being here. All right, it's just before the noon hour. This is going to be a long meeting, so make sure you have snacks or anything else to keep you engaged. Welcome, Summer. Oh, very good. Summer's here. Very good. I see some RPAG members trickling in. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here, Summer. Thanks for being here, Jim. Jim, is it snowing in Colorado where you are?
It is.
We heard there was a colleague that is stuck at DIA trying to get out. So well, I hope that it's on the beautiful side of snow and not in the inconvenient and terrible side of snow. Great. And how are you doing?
Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you as well. Hi there, Stephanie. Hi there, Ezra. Let me bump you to the top of my screen so I can see you a bit better. Ezra, I'm going to be relentless in asking you about your grandbaby. So how are they doing?
Well, I could have prepared a presentation. There's plenty of pictures. So she, as far as I know, she uses she, her pronouns. She's doing really well. She's a great sleeper. She's a very kind and fun, gratifying baby. So it's all good.
Great. Great. Yeah, any proud grandparent could probably do a 4-hour-long webinar on their grandchild. At least my parents could.
Don't tempt me.
Great. I see Katie. Welcome, Katie. Thanks for being here. We're going to give everyone another minute or so. We know this is the lunch hour. And thanks for all of the RPAG members who have your cameras on. Not only is it nice to see your face and it kind of mimics a real meeting environment, but it helps bump your face to the top of my list, which then makes sure I can see you if you're, having a puzzled look or anything like that. So let's see. Oh, hi there, Fred. Welcome. Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, just to note, I have to be away from 1 to 2.
Thanks for letting us know. And we expected with a meeting of this duration, people might need to pop in and out. And that's just the way our calendars work these days. So, okay, we'll do some quick attendance here. We have Jennifer Snyder subbing in for Joel Nightingale with the UTC. We have Summer with the Alliance of Western Energy Consumers. We have Jim with the Sierra Club. Ezra and Stephanie are with the Attorney General's office. Oh, my list disappeared. Then we have Katie Chamberlain with Renewable Northwest. We have Fred, who is subbing in for Lauren with the Northwest Energy Coalition. And we have Froylan, who is here with the Western Washington University Institute of Energy Studies. I'll look to my team to see if there's any RPAG members that I missed who are perhaps a few screens down with this large group here. I don't think so. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started because we have a lot to cover today. Welcome everyone to your March 25th Resource Planning Advisory Group meeting focused on the 2025 Integrated Resource Plan. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so we're in a webinar format, but we're mimicking what a meeting used to feel like. And so for everyone who is a panelist today and an RPAG member, you can use the chat feature to talk to us or to each other. For the members of the public, you will be able to raise your hand during the public comment period, and then we'll call on you on that order. Q&A is turned off. If captions help you, those are going, and you can turn them on and see funny mispronunciations if you'd like. Next slide. So as always, PSE starts with their safety moment. This one is about outdoor gardening. The first one is about wearing gloves to protect your hands from soil, insects, and fertilizers. And I will also add rose thorns, which got me this weekend. Avoid prolonged repetitive motions, take those breaks, rotate tasks, use tools, not your hands, for digging, and make sure you have the right tool for the job. All right, next slide. So as always, my requests are just to be respectful. If you're someone who typically talks a lot, make some space. If you're someone who stands in the back, see if you can step in and really share your thoughts. PSE chose all of you for this advisory group for a reason. Acronyms, there are 3 pages of acronyms in your appendix to this. So this is a very technical meeting. Try to spell those out, recognizing that this is, live and publicly available. This is a packed meeting. So if we don't get to everything, that feedback form is there for you, for members of the public. If you could, Emily, just drop the link to the feedback form, that would be great. And covering a lot, trying to stay on topic helps us. And like we said, public comments will occur at the end. Next slide. So this agenda, you'll see it is 4 hours. Someone was joking as we started that this is Oppenheimer, the IRPheimer movie. So make sure you have snacks. I'm going to be a little pushy at times and encourage us to take some breaks, stretch breaks, screen breaks, etc. And really the reason why this meeting is so long is that we heard from you all that you really wanted Black and Beach to walk through all the resources and really share kind of their findings and what they learned and what they didn't learn in terms of your feedback. So hopefully this is as much or more than what you asked for in terms of hearing from these technical experts with Black and Beach. But take care of yourself, eat food, and all that good stuff. We'll start off with Kara with PSE. She'll do the usual kind of feedback summary and engagement roadmap, trying to thread the needle between the public track as well as you all on this advisory group. And then we're going to hear a number of presentations that has this kind of technology assessment. There's going to be a number of presenters from Black and Beach. We'll take some pauses. We'll take an official break at around 2:15. Come back and hear from some more PSE colleagues about regional transmission. And then we'll do next steps and public comment. All right. And Emily, if you could put in the chat as well the links to the agenda as well as the slide deck. So if anyone wants to follow along at home, you can do so. All right, next slide. So there are certainly more speakers than what's on the screen. I will introduce everyone as they come up, but know that it's a full house today, and we thank everyone for all their time getting ready. Next slide. So we're going to start with Kara Durbin with Puget Sound Energy. She's going to give an overview of the feedback summary as well as the engagement roadmap. So I see you're on the screen, Kara. Go on and take it away.
Thank you, Sophie. If you could go to the next slide, please. So I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to highlight some of the themes we heard last month through both our RPAG meeting on February 13th and our public webinar meeting, and the sort of the themes that we're reflecting on. So I'll talk through the February 13th RPAG meeting first, and then that feedback report is posted online and available for you to take a closer look at, both the comments and questions that were asked and PSE's responses there. So this is going to be a pretty high level flyover, but coming out of that February 13th, some of the public feedback themes that we heard included a desire to provide additional clarity on the IAP2 spectrum and how public feedback is being considered. We'll do that in a couple minutes with respect to this emerging technologies conversation, in kind of reflecting on where we've been and where we're going. Another theme we heard in comments is really a desire for PSE to really consider its ethical obligations to customers related to this decarbonization journey when thinking about future generations and the pace of decarbonization. Another theme we heard really related to a desire to better understand how a no new gas hookups policy will really affect PSE and affect its customers. Those are some of the themes we heard from the public at that meeting. And in terms of feedback from RPAG members specifically, we heard a theme of really wanting to see PSE model the complete costs of decommissioning the gas system and really considering a wide range of realistic potential futures, acknowledging that none of us have a crystal ball at our fingertips right now. So what are some of those potential futures and what are the costs associated with each? Another theme we heard was really to consider non-pipe and non-wires alternatives across a broad range of projects. So that was another theme coming out of that February 13th meeting. If you could go to the next slide, I'll just talk a little bit about our February 27th public webinar. This was on emerging technologies, and you may recall that it was a very lively conversation. We had a number of questions coming in that we were able to address live, and a number that we had to, due to time constraints, really leave for the feedback report. That report should get posted sometime this afternoon, so be on the lookout for that. We certainly heard a number of questions and concerns around advanced nuclear reactors, around the viability of them as a technology, the costs, safety, and really risks associated with this technology. And just know that we're taking all of that under consideration, and know that we need to do, really careful analysis in this space. I'll also note, I'll note that feedback report, when it does come out later this afternoon, hopefully, there are a number of technical detailed responses that PNNL supported us with as well. So some of the questions that came up didn't get directly addressed, but you should see some more information there. So be on the lookout for that. Other feedback we received was requests to give other emerging resources similar consideration to advanced nuclear reactors, mentioning offshore wind, vehicle to grid, and geothermal. This is timely feedback. We'll be talking about all of those in this afternoon's session. So certainly understand that feedback of wanting to see a number of different emerging technologies looked at more closely in this planning cycle. We heard concerns about the level of engagement on the IAP2 spectrum, specific to, I think, the inform level that was designated for that meeting. I will address that a little bit more in the next slide, and showing some of the different engagement levels on IAP2 that we're aiming for across this series of public engagement conversations. And then we certainly heard questions about, the availability of supply, the cost, and some of the constraints that might exist around alternative fuels. So again, that feedback report should be available later this afternoon. And then, Sophie, if you could go to the next slide, I want to walk through this roadmap that has an actual road on it, right? And I can't take credit for this graphic. Some of my team worked hard on this one, but I will attempt to just kind of walk through where we've been and where we're going. We've been engaging in this conversation around emerging resources with you all for quite some time now. Really coming out of that 2023 IRP cycle, we heard feedback from a number of parties asking us to explore more technologies such as hydrogen, geothermal, and SMR, and really just to provide more transparency as to how we are evaluating and selecting resources that ultimately go into the IRP process and are a part of an eventual preferred portfolio. So you'll hear Elizabeth talk about this a little bit more in depth in her section coming up, as well as we'll hear from Black and Beach in that deep dive that Sophie mentioned that we all are going to need some snacks for. It'll be great. I want to just walk through this roadmap, though, just reminding folks that we did an emerging technology survey right after the last IRP cycle in that June timeframe, to really just survey interested parties regarding which electric general resources they'd like to see explored for this IRP cycle. And so we used, Elizabeth will cover that a little bit more, and how we incorporate that feedback into the work with Black and Beach. From there, we sought public feedback on our IRP webinar topics prior to filing our work plan. And so that was part of that September conversation with you all. And then from there, we went, we took the feedback from the last electric progress report, that emerging tech survey, the feedback on webinar topics, to then launch into this emerging resource series that we've been undertaking. We started that conversation in December with the hydrogen public webinar. And that one was really at a IAP2 inform level to set the stage for more advanced discussions about generating resources in future meetings. So really just trying to provide a baseline of information about what we know about this emerging technology to hopefully inform both the public and our RPAG members to then be ready for some of those more in-depth conversations. Then from there, we discussed at the January 12th RPAG meeting the Black and Beach's emerging resource assessment that they were working on, and asked for feedback about which storage technology they should that you all would like to see modeled. We then went from there to host a second emerging resource webinar on small modular nuclear and alternative fuels. That was the meeting I just talked about. And then today we're really discussing all of these resource alternatives in depth with Black and Veatch. Really, again, going back to PSE's all of the above approach towards really seeing what technologies are available that are clean, that support our clean energy and capacity needs to meet our CETA goals. And so both Elizabeth and Black and Veatch will go into a lot more detail on those resources and how they factor into our work. And then in April, we'll have a third emerging resource public webinar on alternatives for energy storage. So on balance, we are doing our best to really involve both the public and the RPAG in this conversation around emerging tech. Some have been more at an informed level, some have been more at a consult, but on balance, we're really looking to provide information and create an environment for feedback and conversation around these technologies and where they may go. So I hope that was helpful. I'm happy to take any questions now if there are any, or else we'll dive into the really interesting conversation to come around these technologies.
Thank you so much, Kara. Any feedback or questions for Kara about kind of PSE's thinking and engaging the public and you all in these important conversations? Okie doke. Well, I think, Will, you can go to the next slide then. All right, so here it goes. I'm gonna encourage some breaks throughout, but this should be a really informative conversation. And I think Elizabeth is gonna kick us off if I'm correct. So Elizabeth, please get us started with our, I feel like this is some sort of like, I keep making metaphors. Let's just get going. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Hey, thank you. So I'm just going to kind of do an intro into the work that we've done, where we're going, what the alternative resources, and then kind of hand it over to Black and Veatch to go through all the resources. It's really exciting. This is going to be a great presentation. So next slide, please. Just noting that this has been a really ongoing process going through the resource alternatives. Each meeting ranges from informal all the way up to involve, depending on what specific topics or where we're looking at that point. But overall, looking at the generic resources, these resource alternatives has been a very involved process with our interested parties, our RPAG members, the public members. We've been taking feedback throughout to get to this point of the resource alternatives. We're exploring where we should be going with it. It's still an ongoing process. Getting to those final resources that we'll be modeling as generics and putting those costs and operational characteristics together as well. I think next slide. All right, we'll go next slide now. Just kind of a little introduction of where we're at with the generic resources. So just overall, the purpose of the IRP. So with the IRP, what we need to do is establish our resource needs. And with these generic resources, we need to identify, kind of some placeholder resources. So in establishing our resource needs, putting together kind of a portfolio or a plan, just really reiterating that what comes out of the IRP is kind of a placeholder plan. It is not necessarily a shopping list per se for acquisitions. We will still go through a full acquisitions process, still evaluate all the resources that are available in that process. We need to make sure we have the resources to meet our capacity needs, our hourly energy needs, making sure that the loads are being met and meeting the CETA requirements. So all this goes through in the process of making sure we have that through the acquisition process. So really what these generic resources are, they are more like a placeholder resource. We are trying to do some evaluations of sizing and how well some of these resources or technology groups may fit into our portfolio. So overall, looking at energy storage as a group, seeing about sizing of the resources, durations of the resources, how well those might meet into our portfolio and how they can meet the portfolio needs. So keep that in mind as we go through some of these generic resource options. We also are going to be looking at emerging technologies. So what we have is we have what is commercially available technologies. Those are technologies that are available today. We can go out, purchase, and build today. Emerging technologies are on the newer end. They may just have a demonstration project going now. They may be looking to plan their first full-scale project. Those are some of the more emerging technologies. So those are some that will also be coming up today that Black & Veatch will be going through as well. And they range all around from trying to start their first demonstration project or some ideas to actually getting their first full-scale project in process. So those are all what's in emerging technologies. We're going to be looking through several today. And really, the objective of today's meeting is we just want to discuss these resource alternatives. We've got some draft costs and operating characteristics and go through kind of our thoughts of where to go with the generic resources for this IRP process and just get feedback on that as well. So I think next slide. So this is kind of the large loop that we go through in planning these resource technologies. As Kara mentioned, we started with the 23 progress report. So we always start back to the last progress report. Sometimes we have to stop, make our decisions, and move on to meet the deadlines for the IRP. It doesn't mean we stop taking feedback. We always take feedback and we save that till the next IRP so we can make those improvements in the next time. So what we did is we pulled up feedback we received from the 23 progress report on the generic resources. And there was a lot of feedback received on new emerging technologies going beyond what's just publicly available. And so we put out this survey last summer where we asked several interested parties, if we were to start looking at technologies, what technologies would you be interested in to start putting onto this list? And through that, we received feedback on that, plus the feedback we got from the progress report. We then went to Black & Veatch, and we've hired Black & Veatch to do what is an emerging technology assessment, or this technology assessment. And they've been putting together this huge technology assessment, alternative fuels assessment, even looking at some of the commercially available resources to do some of the comparisons of what's available. And we then took that list of resources that we have, which is a very large list of resources, and we took it to several public meetings. We've had a couple of public meetings one on hydrogen, one on nuclear. We even had a kind of loop back in January with this RPAG just to get some feedback of where we should be going with these resources. We've been taking the feedback all along. There's another public meeting scheduled in April to go through energy storage resources as well. So we're going to keep taking the feedback. We're going to be finalizing, once we get this feedback in, we're going to be finalizing this list of resources. So what's happening today is we have Black & Veatch here. We're going through the full list of this technology assessment, everything we looked at. I will then be going through as well what we're thinking of doing for the generic resources, kind of our thought process we went through of why we chose specific resources to put in as generics. Not, as I said, not necessarily to say this is exactly what we're going to do. This is not an acquisition process. This is really just us trying to look at new resources, what's available, what can fit in our portfolio, and just keeping the options open and really just exploring what's there. We'll take the feedback from today and the public meetings and we'll finalize the list with Black & Veatch. And then once that list is finished, we have the final resources. We'll then put out the final reports. I know in the past couple cycles, the 21 and the 23 progress report, we had a very nice Excel spreadsheet. So at this point, we're waiting to finish this list of resources. And once that's finished, we'll then put out the nice spreadsheets and everything that we'll have of the resources, their costs, and all that information that we'll be providing as well. It's a long process. I think next slide, please. Just some general feedback received. So it's this slide and the next slide. It's a lot to go through. We received a lot of feedback through the 23 progress report. So this was kind of going through some of the feedback we received in the 23 progress report. And you'll see a lot of this coming into what we asked Black & Veatch to do, really looking into energy storage resources, varying battery configurations, hybrid resources, different operating characteristics of battery energy systems, gravitational storage. We went beyond that and looked at mechanical energy storage. So there's a lot under that category as well. Just some more information on nuclear. So we're trying to provide some more information on nuclear. We'll be looking at nuclear as well in these emerging technologies. So that's the small modular reactors, these new advanced technologies. And really looking beyond just publicly available information, which is where this emerging technology assessment's coming in. And hydrogen also is a resource. We also receive feedback, not just hydrogen, there's other alternative fuels. So we'll be kind of going through some of those other alternative fuels as well that we've looked at. Next slide. This is some of the feedback we've received through this process: modeling technology, storage technologies, lithium-ion batteries, expanding out the battery storage that we're looking at. And so in the January meeting, we asked for some feedback on where we should go with some of the technologies. We got quite a bit of feedback, maybe keeping with some of the more commercially available technologies, which is the lithium ion for kind of the shorter duration batteries versus other technologies, which may be more emerging at this point. Exploring hydro resources. So that is we do not have hydro resources as a generic resource alternative, given what we have available for hydro. So we do have quite a bit of contracted and owned hydro resources. Of course, if the comes up to contract for more hydro, that will be part of the acquisition process, but we do not model it as a generic resource since we don't know what's actually available at this point. Provide additional regional transmission discussion. So we will be including that today as well. So this will be in the generic resources plus the transmission available and locations of where we can be putting these resources as well. Exploring new technologies, we'll be going through that quite a bit as well. Black and Beach has a great presentation, like going through several of these technologies. And just noting, we did receive quite a bit of mixed responses on nuclear. This was both in the 23 progress report and for the 25 IRP. We received responses where people did not like the idea of nuclear. We also received responses where people do like the idea of nuclear. So we get both responses. Being that they do like this idea of nuclear, exploring out these new resources, just, concerns about costs. And of course, we'll keep evaluating, we'll keep looking at costs of these resources as well. Next slide. So just kind of going through where we are. So this is where we're proposing to go with our resource alternatives for the 25 IRP. Under energy storage, we've kind of reclassified energy storage into short duration, which is the 2 to 6 hour range, a medium duration, which would be the 8 to 24 hour range, and long duration being multi-day. And so what we're trying to do is get sizing and these duration sizes. And we needed to just pick a generic resource to go in there for the evaluations of the sizing. So for the short duration, we decided to go with the lithium ion. That is the commercially available technology right now. We did receive a little bit of feedback of the sodium batteries as well. So we do have some information on that. Given that it's newer technologies, we don't necessarily know what the cost curve is going to be. So if at some point we will keep looking at it, if at some point it starts coming in, we can see the cost curves on those coming down. Those would be, we'll keep evaluating these resources. Medium duration. So in the past IRPs, we've actually evaluated pumped hydro storage as a medium duration 8 hour storage resource. That's a mechanical storage or gravity storage type resource. We do have a bunch of information on pumped hydro storage. We actually did not ask Black and Beach to do that as part of the evaluations, given we have a lot of information of it already. So we've noted that where it belongs under mechanical storage, but we do have our information on that. But for this IRP, we decided to go with something new. We were trying to look at kind of newer technologies, maybe something a little bit more geographically agnostic is where we're trying to go with some of these resources, just trying to get size and resources themselves. So if we go with something that's very specific, maybe you can only do one of those. That's not going to help us trying to get kind of placeholders for sizes as well. So we decided to go with the more advanced compressed air energy storage. We'll be going with that. And then we also have a long duration, which is the iron air batteries, which is 100-hour duration as well. Wind, we are looking at both onshore winds. We've got the evaluations of onshore wind in several locations. Offshore wind, we've evaluated offshore wind in several IRPs now as well. And so we'll have offshore wind. This is off the coast of Washington, and also hybrids. This is looking at combinations of a wind plus battery or wind plus solar plus battery. which also takes us into solar. We have the utility scale solar and the hybrids as well, which would be the solar plus a battery or the solar plus wind plus battery. So some variations of what the hybrid resources can look like. And the battery we're putting there is the 4-hour lithium ion battery coupled with those wind or solar resources. For the nuclear, we're doing the advanced small modular reactors as well, looking at that as a resource. Combustion turbines, so these are the peaking resources. We decided to change around how we're evaluating the thermal resources. In the past, we've always had a peaking resource and the combined cycle resources. These are the large baseload gas plants. We decided to take out the combined cycle resources this time as a placeholder. And we're really focusing on the peaking resources with various fuel options. So we picked a peaker type technology and looking at how it operates under different fuel options. So Black & Veatch will go through that technology and the operating characteristics of that technology under the various fuels, alternative fuels we can be looking at as well. And then distributed energy resources. So we're looking at both solar and energy storage as the distributed resources. We did receive quite a bit of feedback at vehicle to grid. So vehicle to grid is a type of distributed energy resource. It's an energy storage resource. So it falls under that generic energy storage. We did a bit of looking into it. It is a new technology. So it works with the virtual power plants for these distributed resources. Given the newness of the technology, we decided to not model specifically vehicle to grid in this IRP. It is going to be encompassed under this generic energy storage piece for now, but we are continuing to look at. These are one of those pieces where we'll continue to look at things, we'll make improvements. So for the 27 IRP, we'll be continuing to look at it. We're hoping to include it there as a resource option, but for now, we're just working with this as like a generic energy storage resource. And that was a lot to go through. And I think I have one more slide and then I'll take questions or we'll headed to Black & Veatch. Just to go through what Black & Veatch will be covering. So they will be including some costs, draft cost assumptions for all the resources. So what's in there is it's called EPC. That's the engineer, procure, construct. So that's the total cost to build the plant. It's called everything inside the fence. So that's like buying the turbines or buying the pieces, bringing it in, constructing it, engineering the whole plant. That's what's included in the costs, and some owner's costs are included in there as well. And just to note, what we don't have today is anything related to investment tax credits, production tax credits, the interconnection costs or lease fees are not actually. This is all the real estate you would need for locating the plant as well, are not included in the costs we'll be looking at today. So that's also in the to-do list to bring all those other pieces in. So once we have that final spreadsheet, we'll have the pieces with the costs included with interconnection costs and all those pieces layered in as well. And that was a lot to cover. I hope
that was great. Yeah. Will, if you want to just go back one slide to slide 18, because that was a helpful orienting slide, at least for me, and I see some hands coming up. Before going to the hands, I actually want to welcome Megan. I missed you in the beginning when I was saying my hellos, but thanks so much for being here, Megan. And let's start with Katie, please.
Hi, thanks Elizabeth for this overview. And this is the slide I wanted to chat about, so this is perfect. I'm wondering if this slide is indicating that PSE isn't going to be modeling enhanced geothermal for the 2025 IRP, and if you could just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so we decided to not include it for this IRP, just given we don't know a whole lot of information where it can get cited. So Black & Veatch will be going through that as an option. That was just some of our indication. If we're not sure where it can be cited, what we can do with it here. So we are open to feedback. If you have more thoughts on where to go with that, we are definitely taking feedback on where we should be going with the generic resources as well. It's also one of those we're not sure how much is available for the new advanced geothermal too.
Thanks, Elizabeth. So if Katie has any additional thoughts, should she verbally share a feedback report? What's the best way?
Feedback report or if you would be great. like I said, it's just one of those newer technologies. We decided not to. It's not to say we wouldn't include it in the 27 IRP if we find out more information on it. You know, it's like I said, we're going to always be taking feedback and making improvements for next time too.
Thanks for that.
Thanks.
Great. And I see Fred with NWAC. Welcome.
Hi, so just a sort of comment question, I guess. Repeating some themes that I brought up before. First, I really appreciate what you and Puget are doing, you know, broadly speaking, to look at a very wide range of potential technologies here. To me, the underlying, you know, just say the big overarching thing in IRPs for me is the ability to look at, you know, to compare resources in a consistent way for cost, for performance, for, you know, for whatever deliverability. And the really interesting thing about where we're at right now is the huge amount of technology innovation going on, which is great. You know, as I like to say, we're surrounded by opportunity. So the issue is, you know, how do you make the choices? And I think the turbines is an interesting issue because the technology is very mature. But now we're talking about different molecules. They have different aspects to them. And of course, you know, if you're going to do a hydrogen peaker or, you know, methanol or, you know, ammonia or, you know, whatever molecule you want, there are going to be issues with refining that technology a little bit for operating them effectively, you know, low emissions, et cetera, and also about the supply chains, fuel sources, and so forth. So I guess the question for me is how you're thinking about comparability for these new not really, you know, like I say, with the combustion turbines, not really a new technology, but new maybe a better way to say new applications, as well as new resources like advanced reactors, like long duration storage, like you name it. And how do you look at the elements where we don't have effectively operating examples on the grid that we can examine for cost and performance? And I'm just raising it kind of broadly in your thinking about this because I may have mentioned this. I talked to my friend Lisa Schwartz. Some of you know Lisa. She's at LBNL, used to be the Oregon Department of Energy director, worked at the Oregon PUC. You know, is there like a technology assessment approach for this? And she said, no, not really. So I think, Puget, you're really in the position of kind of breaking new ground here. And what factors do you and your consultants like Black and Veatch consider in, you know, which resources to assess? And then, you know, we can look at each one individually and describe where it's at in its development process. Is it kind of late R&D, early commercialization, whatever? But then how find a consistent way to look and say, okay, these are the things.
Fred, are other people having him break up as well?
I think we
Fred,
lost
Yeah, that's
would you
because
mind-
we have terrible internet in Portland, and that's all I'll say about it.
Okay, Fred, if you want to turn your camera off and just repeat the last 30
Yeah,
seconds of what you
the
said.
camera, I'm just going to tell you because it's about congestion upstream and not about your camera. But all I'll say is our deliverability on the internet is bad. Just to say once more, I think the real issue for me is how can we find a way not just to look at the details of each resource, but to provide a consistent basis for examining those that haven't gone to full commercial use, you know, and examine how they can fit in, given that, you know, you have to take some risks, figure out which ones to say, okay, these are ready to really look at, these are ready to go, or we have a fairly high level, you know, applying a confidence factor to how much you want to include them in the potential resource mix.
Thanks for that, Fred, and we'll put in the notes issues around Portland's internet, just for the record. Elizabeth, any responses to Fred's comments?
No, thank you. No, I think Fred really pointed out. It's hard to determine what resources we should be including or not including. These are all emerging technologies. We're not sure where they're going to go, what's going to happen, but we will keep watching them. We're definitely open to feedback on where we should go with this. I don't have the crystal ball on where to go with this. We are really, like I said, we're trying to evaluate, for example, do we need 8-hour storage or 12-hour, 8 to 24-hour storage, or should we be looking at long duration storage? Where should those points be rather than looking at the specific, this exact technology? We're just trying to look at in general, like long duration storage versus the combustion turbines. We need storage for the fuels for the combustion turbines, especially like R99. We have to have storage. We have to account for the fuels that go in there too. So we're trying to build into that. We need a storage tank. How much fuel do we put in the tank? How long, and what's the resource adequacy of having to rely on that stored fuel as well, and hydrogen. So yes, we're trying to build in some of those, just really tight, trying to go across technologies to see what would fit better into PSC's portfolio. So we're trying to put together kind of a handful of technologies where we can really examine across various different operating characteristics and look at that as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just to double underscore the importance of, for those resources that need some kind of fuel, looking at the supply chains and availability. It's particularly an issue for nuclear, actually. A lot of the advanced nuclear designs require a new kind of high ASA, low emissions, uranium-based fuel, various different kinds of ways to fabricate that. But there isn't a commercial source for that right now. There's a test program for that. How soon will that be available? What cost? What the performance will really be? Those are actually pretty important. It's not just about the technology of the actual production, equipment. It's also about the fuel.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for that, Fred. I'm not seeing other hands, and I know, Elizabeth, did you want to add anything to that, or?
Oh, just no, thank you. That is definitely something we need to keep account of as well, is availability of fuels too.
Very good. I see some head nods there. I know Gina's eager to get started and start the subsequent presentation. So I think I'll ask Will to advance us 1 or 2 slides here. Great. And for RPAG members, at the end of each person, we have a 2-minute break for questions. Drop the questions in the chat if you're afraid you're going to forget what they are. And we'll certainly try to address as many as possible. So please go ahead, Gina, and get us going. And Gina, if you're talking, you need to come off and mute. Let's see. I can also, let's see if I can help you there. You look unmuted, but we still can't hear you. You want to check your audio source, perhaps? And then the backup that we have is calling it, if you need to do that, Gina. I'm going to just put the phone number. I'm going to put that in the chat in case that's helpful to you or anyone else. Going.
Yep.
There we go. Gina, can we hear you?
Can you hear me now?
We sure can. You figured it out. No workarounds needed.
Or my computer decided to wake up. I'm not sure which. So, okay.
It's not questioning. Take it away.
All right. If you can advance to the next slide, please. Black & Veatch used the following process to complete our energy resource performance and cost characterization for the various energy resources of interest to Puget Sound Energy. We initially conducted a high-level assessment and screening of a number of emerging technologies. And based on this assessment, we consulted with PSE to select a short list of emerging resources to complete a more detailed performance and cost characterization. We also conducted a technology and fuels assessment for a conventional thermal peaker combustion generation unit. We selected a single peaker technology operating with a short list of fuels for further thermal performance modeling and cost characterization. And finally, we selected a short list of resources and representative project capacities with PSE for the commercially available renewable energy and battery storage technologies, much following up on what they had done on the previous 2023 IRP. And this included our onshore wind, solar photovoltaic, and lithium-ion 4-hour batteries. We then provided an update of performance and cost characterization for wind, solar, and BESS as a standalone projects, as well as hybrid projects that co-located renewables and BESS. As our final step in the process, we compared key performance and cost values, including capacity factor, total project capital costs, fixed operating and maintenance costs, and variable O&M costs to the current NREL ATB. Next slide, please.
And Gina, I know I'm the one who was like, we gotta go, we gotta move, but I think it's okay to slow down a little bit.
Okay, all right.
I'm from New York, and even for the New Yorker and me, you're talking a little fast. So thanks for just keeping us going.
Thanks for that. Sorry about that. As part of our emerging energy resource technology assessment, Black & Veatch performed a high-level technology assessment of the following resources: compressed air energy storage, or CASE, mechanical energy storage, long duration energy storage, or LDES, nuclear small modular reactors, and that's the advanced technologies for SMRs, offshore wind located at Grays Harbor, enhanced geothermal, carbon capture and sequestration, or CCS, and distributed energy resources. And as Elizabeth noted, primarily we did look at several, but focused on the solar and BESS technologies, and primarily with those with small scale or commercial renewables and battery energy storage. Next slide, please.
Gina, we just have a question before we move on, because we've been using the term R99 fuels quite a bit. And there's just a question about how to define that. Are you able to answer that, or should we turn to Elizabeth?
Or Nikhil, if you'd like to define, Nikhil or Justin.
Yeah, so R99 is just the renewable diesel. It's just a grade of renewable diesel.
Thank Nikhil. Yes. So renewable diesel. I didn't know the answer to that either. So thanks for asking the question. And we know, Meredith, there was a whole presentation about renewable diesel at a previous meeting. So if Meredith wouldn't mind dropping maybe those slides into the chat, and I can refresh myself as well. Okay, Gina, take us away.
Okay, the goal of the emerging technology assessment was to provide information that will be utilized for PSE to select and further characterize technologies for potential implementation in the near term, like 3 to 7 years. Key features of that assessment was establishing the technology readiness level, or the TRL, for each resource category, determined the current extent of the deployment of the technology in the US and globally, identify primarily geological, but in some cases geographical requirements necessary to implement the technology, determine the potential scalability and time frame of the technology to move from a pilot or demonstration project to utility scale projects, and finally identify subcategories of the listed technologies and their respective TRLs. Next slide, please. And this is the technology readiness scale. It was developed by NASA in the 1970s for use in the space program, and has since been adopted worldwide for many R&D applications. The TRL estimates the maturity of technology through the conceptualization, development, and application states. A scale of 1 for the lowest to 9 for the highest indicates the current level of maturity. And for instance, the TRL1 is the basic principles and observed and reported. As you move up through the scale, as you can see, TRL3 is when you have an analytical and experimental critical function and or characteristic proof of concept. You move through the laboratory environment, and then TRL5 is being able to prove the component and or validation of the technology is shown in a relevant environment. And this might be smaller prototype projects, that type of thing. And as you get to TRL7, it's a system prototype demonstration level project in an operational environment. Many times these are actually may be co-located at an existing, in our case, generation plant, or, some other type of environment where it has kind of day-to-day real life operating people and parameters. And then TRL9 is when the system is actually proven through successful operation in a full-scale type of environment. And with that, I think if there's any questions on any of that, be happy to answer.
Questions? Yeah, questions or comments for Gina Holland with Black and Beach? Please, Ezra.
So I was looking at this list earlier, and we've seen it earlier, but it seems to me this is still all talking about emerging technology. Even if something is tagged as TRL9, that isn't like I'm curious if you agree with this, that isn't, I mean, maybe there's one project that's in operation, but it doesn't mean like commercially available. It doesn't mean cost effective. It just means that, yes, somebody has shown that this can actually be done in a full scale project in one case. Do you agree with that?
I would say that's probably the case. Leslie, do you have any additional thoughts on the TRL scale?
That is a true statement. However, it also does cover technologies that have been deployed for many years and are cost effective. So you're correct. They're now technically ready for commercial deployment. The economic side happens maybe outside of this scale.
Right. When NASA developed this, they didn't care about the cost.
They cared deeply about how they spent our tax dollars, I'm sure.
Does that help, Ezra? Good. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, should we turn it over to your colleague then, Gina? I think up
Yes.
first we have Michael Eddington.
And you can probably go ahead into the next slide.
Great.
Yes, hi, I'm Mike Eddington. Next slide, please. I was going to discuss compressed air energy storage, also known as CAES, and it's a mid-duration energy storage, typically considered for 8 to 24 hours of generation. So in the charging mode for it, we take ambient air typically, or possibly some other gas, and compress it. As the gas is compressed, it will heat up due to the work being added. That work is either rejected or used later in the process. The compressed air goes to a reservoir, either located underground or above storage. The discharge mode, the compressed gas is released, it's heated, and then it expands across some expansion turbines, driving generators to direct the electricity back into the grid. The cost effectiveness is limited by geological availability, some of the design aspects of the various configurations, and also the size of the facility. Generally, it falls into 3 different categories. Adiabatic is that cycle that has stored the work of compression in some method of media, and upon extraction, so when the air is going to be discharged from the reservoir or cavern, it needs to be heated. So it reapplies the heat of compression prior to the expansion and aids in the efficiency of the process. Diabatic process doesn't save the work of compression, but instead on the release of the compressed gas from the reservoir, there's a combustion process, and that can be done with natural gas or other fuels such as hydrogen. And that heated air is then expanded across the expansion turbine. And then there's various innovative configurations that have been considered. The third category is isothermal. So this is a more idealized process. It's not quite as well developed as diabatic or adiabatic processes, but the idea is that heat is removed incrementally as it's compressed and it's saved, and then on the expansion, it's incrementally added back. So the system is tending to operate at a constant temperature, and it does not require an external combustion process. Next slide, please. So as far as the technology readiness, diabatic is considered to be a TRL 9 simply because it's a mature and proven process. It is commercially available. There are really the two well-known operating units in this space, which is the one at Huntorf, which is a 290 megawatt unit. It has about 2 hours of expansion. And then the 110 megawatt Macintosh unit, which has been in service since 1991. And it has about a 26-hour energy duration. The next category is the adiabatic, and also kind of an extension of that is the advanced adiabatic. Whereas the diabatic experience has been generally with salt caverns, there is a variant of the adiabatic type that provides a little bit more geologic neutrality in that it doesn't look for a salt cavern or some other porous aquifer or medium. It also can work with a hard rock cavern, and that hard rock formation is carved out to provide an underground reservoir. And the development of that technology, I think, is sufficient that people are scaling up from 100 megawatts and larger. As seen here, there's a 60 megawatt unit in China. Also in development is a company known as Hydrostore in the US, and they're developing a 500 megawatt unit that would have 8 hours of storage. The TRL on isothermal, as I mentioned, is lower, TRL 6, and we would consider it to be still in the pilot and demonstration phase. There was a piloted unit back in 2013, but that company was bought out, and basically the company that bought it divested themselves from that technology. It's a more challenging technology, so the success of it is a bit more up in the air. So next slide, please. This is just a graphic to generally depict the technologies, and the idea would be to take available excess or low cost power from the grid, provide that to electric motors that drive large air compressors. Those air compressors then deliver the compressed air to the cavern. And if it's a diabatic where we're not retaining the heat of compression, there's heat rejection associated with the air compressors. If it is a adiabatic, we look to save the energy from the intercoolers and the aftercooler before that compressed air is returned into the cavern. So that's the description of the charging mode. And then on the discharge, we take the compressed air, and if it's a diabatic, we run it through a recuperator, and we would take it to a turbine. We would have to probably have some sort of combustion prior to it expanding across the turbine. And you could have 2 stages of turbines and 2 stages of firing. And then the air that's leaving the low pressure turbine goes to the recuperator and then exhausts to the atmosphere. And as it does that, it's driving the generator. But in the adiabatic, what we're doing is we're taking the cold air from the cavern and bringing it through the thermal energy store that we had, and then expanding it without any stages of combustion across the turbines, which drive the generator. And in both cases, the power that's produced is provided to the grid during times of high demand. Next slide.
And Mike, because we're running a little bit behind, if you could focus on kind of the key takeaways as you wrap this up.
Yes, will do. The key takeaways are it's somewhat site specific. Obviously, there can be significant geological considerations. The project development's 1 to 2 years. Construction can take 2 to 4 years. It has a long operating life. It has a relatively good round trip efficiency for the adiabatic type, 60 to 70%. I think we can go to the next slide. And this is a slide that, since it's the first year that we're showing the Ks, there's no comparatives to the IRP from 2023 and the NREL compilation of technologies. It doesn't include Ks. So what we've suggested here are the $1,970 per kilowatt and the variable or the fixed O&M cost of $18 per kilowatt hour. Next slide, please.
Thanks so much, Mike with Black and Veatch. Questions? Yes, I see Jennifer with the UTC, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering about geological formations in Washington. Do we know, are there a lot of them that might work for this, or are they pretty rare? Just any information we have on that would be great to know.
Yes, I tried to find that information. I didn't find anything that I would say was very definitive to help inform that question. But it's a very important question, certainly. So.
Thanks, Jennifer. Yeah, when Mike was saying it's so, geography specific. It's interesting what we have here in Washington. Please, Ezra.
I was just wondering about that you put a VOM of 0. And I'm wondering, I suppose that is for the confusing adiabatic or diabatic, but the one where you don't have any additional heat input. But is the electrical losses are not considered VOM?
Yeah, I didn't have a specific calculation. Most studies assign it 0. And as you're pointing out, if it was a diabatic, it would have a fuel consumption component. I felt it was either very small, and I did not put a value against it. Yeah, there is maintenance of the, we're not really using much water, not really using chemicals. So there's a lot of what we would consider variable O&M costs that really don't apply to this technology.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions on Ks? I'm pronouncing the acronym correctly. Mike, thank you so much. We are 1 hour into our meeting, and so I want to remind us of a previous safety moment that PSE had around eyes. And if everyone could look away from their screen and stare off into something that's maybe 20 feet away for 20 seconds, I'm going to set a timer because 20 seconds actually feels long. And everyone do a little eye rest for a moment. And then we will carry on with our next. And if anyone is looking at anything particularly interesting, you can let us know. I'm looking at the garbage truck on my street. So thrilling times in West Seattle.
And no looking at your phone, right?
Nope, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. All right. Okay, with that little eye break, everyone, we're going to carry on to the next Black and Veatch presenter. Please, next, thank you, Mike. Next slide, please, Will.
Yep.
Oh, Mike, it's you again. Forgive me.
It is. That's okay.
Okay, continue on mechanical energy storage.
Yes. So again, the concept here is, the surplus energy of the grid's used to drive mechanical processes. But here we're storing the energy and and it's being stored in different forms. So the idea is that we limited the evaluation to compressed or liquid air energy storage and gravitational potential energy storage, primarily because of the scale and the application of the energy storage needed. But just in high level, this would include potential systems such as flywheels, hydraulic accumulators, like I said, liquid air energy storage. The acronym's compatible. It's called LAYS, similar to CASE. Potential energy storage from gravity, spring energy, and kinetic energy. And then the pumped hydro is not considered, as mentioned, that PSE is already addressing that. Next slide. So with liquid air energy storage, what we're doing is a thermomechanical process. And we're using air again. We're compressing it and cooling it such that we can liquefy it and store it in insulated, unpressurized vessels. That's the charging stage, and then during the discharge stage, we're taking that liquid air, warming it back up, and converting it to a gaseous state. And since we pumped it up to a relatively high pressure, we're able to expand that across the turbine to generate electricity. The efficiency really benefits if you have waste heat, and you can incorporate that readily into the cycle. It's suitable for large grade storage, 10 hours or longer. It's scalable, flexible, relatively simple process, and offers a high energy density and attractive costs. Some of the challenges are the infrastructure for the storage and handling of the liquid air. And it's currently very near to market. People will be happy to try and we'll be happy to sell you one. There's been some pilot, and in the UK, they're doing some project development right now. Next slide. The gravitational potential energy is often based on moving large masses. So it could be a rail system where you're sliding a cart up and down. It could be raising blocks up and down, or it could be a piston-based type system. The broad-based application is that you can shift renewables. You can do peak capacity reduction, transmission distribution, grid investment deferrals, and you can also provide frequency regulation with this system. So it has potential for a very large grade storage capacity. Some of the challenges are site-specific requirements. You need a significant elevation difference. You have safety concerns, of course, with any technology. And then the status is they're in the early demonstration and deployment phase. Next slide.
Right, back to questions. Any other questions? I remember the first time I heard about the gravitational, I thought, I don't know, like that it's so simple. How could it possibly work? I guess it's not so simple. Questions or feedback for Mike before we move on to our next presenter? Okay, Mike, now I should properly thank you. You can turn off your camera now. We appreciate your contributions here.
Yes, thank you.
And not seeing any questions or comments, I can turn it over to Leslie, who's going to talk about long duration energy storage.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide. So long duration energy storage is really starting to come into play as there are higher penetrations of intermittent solar and wind and other generation technologies that are being added to the grid. The current 2 to 4 hour deployment of lithium ion batteries over time is not going to be enough to fully regulate those increase in intermittent resources. And so long duration energy storage is one of the technologies that's emerging to meet this need. So Black and Veatch looked at 4 different categories of long duration energy storage. We looked at metal air, 8-hour deployments of lithium ion, sodium ion, and flow batteries. And our analysis, our high level analysis showed that the metal air batteries, specifically iron air, were the most promising with a technology readiness level in the 6 to 7 hour range, which leans toward the demonstration phase. And right now there are major pilot projects under consideration for a demonstration of the metal air technologies in the next 2 years. Next slide. So a little bit about our comparison. Like I said, we looked at metal air, lithium ion, sodium, and flow batteries. For metal air, this technology uses metals like iron, zinc, and magnesium in the electrochemical process to charge and discharge. And some of the advantages of metal air batteries are low material costs, because those the major elements in the batteries are not high cost items. Metal air batteries generally provide longer durations for some of the electrochemical batteries, so up to 100 hours in the case of iron air. And right now, Form Energy has 2 10 megawatt 100-hour pilots under construction in both Minnesota and Colorado. And zinc air is another battery technology that has a pilot planned. That's an EOS pilot. For lithium ion batteries, currently those are deployed many gigawatts across the world. However, most of those are in 1 to 4 hour capability or capacities from a duration perspective. They have a pilot currently planned for a 75 megawatt 8-hour project that's supposed to begin construction in 2025. So that'll be the first 8-hour project in the US. And then for sodium ion batteries, these use either sodium sulfur or sodium metal halide for their electrochemical process. These are high heat technologies, so sodium has a really high melting point, and so these batteries operate at 300 to 400 degrees C for sodium sulfur and 200 to 300 degrees C for sodium metal halide. And they can operate in temperature ranges of -20 to +50 C, and they can do that because during the charging phase there's a parasitic load attached that heats up the system. Currently, the largest deployed system is a 108 megawatt 6-hour sodium sulfur in the United Arab Emirates. That was just finished in 2023.
Leslie, I'll just break in real quick. Froy asked about, was it the 100-hour iron air or 10-hour, like the slide says? And then I think Gina clarified that it was for 10-hour. Froy, does that help? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
great.
I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, good, strong listening. All right. Carry on, Leslie, and stick with the high points because everyone has the slides.
Okay. Yep. Next slide. So flow battery is the last group, and we looked at 4 different types of flow batteries. For vanadium redox is the most widely deployed of the 4, and they're deployed at scale. There's a 100 megawatt 4-hour project in China. Iron flow batteries are catching up. They have a project 200 megawatt 10-hour project which is quite large, that is currently being constructed in California. And zinc bromide and the metal coordination chemistry batteries are still in the pilot demonstration phase. So there are 2 10-hour projects for zinc bromide in California and a pilot of the metal coordination chemistry in Canada. And Black & Veatch is actually the owner's engineer for that project. That's a Lockheed Martin Gridstar flow battery. Next slide. So safety concerns. I think most people are aware the main safety concern for lithium ion technology is fire hazard due to thermal runaway. And that's caused by lithium dendrites that short out the electrodes. So they build up on the electrodes. LFP, which is lithium ferrous phosphate, is the most stable chemistry of the lithium ion family. But they're looking to, the industry itself is looking to reduce the risk of thermal runaway even further than LFP does, and also increase the energy density, meaning you can have more energy produced in a smaller footprint. Part of the risk, other than just fire, is during a fire, batteries can emit flammable and toxic gases as well as electrolyte spill. For metal air battery, there's not a significant safety or fire hazard associated with these. The electrolyte is on the milder side of corrosive. So there is some corrosion, but it's mild. They do have molten metal that can be a potential source of risk. Next slide. So for sodium ion, because the high operating temperature, that does increase the risk of thermal runaway. However, because sodium is a very low reactive element, it makes the overall thermal runaway risk lower than lithium ion batteries. They don't have any chemical spill or gas emission risk, but they also do have molten metal that could be a potential hazard. And flow batteries, no fire hazard, but they do generally use corrosive materials for their electrolytes, which means that they're going to require a containment system to ensure no leakage or spills. Next slide.
Leslie, I'll break in once more. Jennifer Snyder with the UTC asks, where is there molten metal in the metal air battery?
I think that is if the battery overheats, and I'm going to be honest. We will. So I'm a stand-in for Prontic, who was planning to present. I believe that that's what it is, but I will confirm that, and we will send that at the end in the report.
Perfect. So Pauline, just note for the feedback report that we'll circle back with Prontic, who's stuck in the airport about where there's molten metal in the metal air battery. Thanks for the question, Jennifer. Carry on, Leslie.
Yes, thanks. So a quick note about this slide. This slide covers total installed cost across the globe for 4 different technologies, 2 lithium ion technologies, LFP and MC, vanadium redox flow batteries, and then zinc batteries, both flow and zinc air, across multiple durations. So 2-hour to 100-hour technologies. If you look at this slide, just in a vacuum, this shows that lithium ion technologies would be very cost competitive across all of the durations, from 2 hours to 100 hours. However, if you look at the levelized cost of storage across the life of the battery, that's where flow batteries and the zinc batteries really excel. they last longer without having to be replaced. And so that's where they end up excelling as you get past that 8-hour duration. So just pointing out that total installed cost is one way of looking at a technology, but there's also other ways as well from an economics perspective. Next slide. So iron air was the technology that we selected for a more detailed cost and performance characterization. And that's because it can store energy longer, so up to 100 hours of duration. It has a lower safety and fire concern that we already talked about, and a lower projected total installed cost than other technologies. And so if you look at this, the total project cost is a little over $2,000 a kilowatt. That is $2,013. And so that's for the full plant, like Elizabeth talked about in her opening remarks. Black & Veatch did include an overbuild of 15% to include battery, to account for battery augmentation. And that will allow us to push that first level of battery upgrades out to year 6, which improves the cost, project cost overall. So with that augmentation, the initial capacity of the plant will be 11,500 megawatt hours, but will allow us over time to ensure that we're always above the 10,000 required maximum storage capacity. And then the total project cost, Form Energy has based these costs on their manufacturing schedule that has them able to build 1 gigawatt of storage per year starting in 2030. Any questions?
See one hand from Fred with NWEC. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I'm Fred Hewitt, Northwest Energy Coalition. A couple questions. We've talked to Form Energy a couple times. They have really interesting technology. They're good company. You know, doing development projects. I guess they have one in Minnesota and one with Georgia Power. But a couple of questions, a couple of notable things. First, I just want to ask about the charge and discharge rates. They say, for example, they have 100 megawatt hour, 1 megawatt battery, but how fast can it discharge, and how fast can it charge?
I will look that up. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now. I'll look it up and either answer at the end or as we get to questions at the end or in the report. But it does discharge slower than it charges.
And then one or two, just one observation, which is you've noted this on the slide here, takes a lot of space, and I'm not even sure if they can be stackable. You know, in other words, I was thinking, you know, how much of the Form Energy battery could you fit in, you know, a building like an IKEA store? But I'm not even sure you could do multiple because water is really heavy. So
right.
and there are similar issues. So this is a pretty land intensive resource. And then the last point, and I hadn't heard this, you have a listing for annual degradation. And I'm wondering, my understanding was though that their electrolyte, or wherever the right term is for it, their solution basically is a replaceable thing. So, and I didn't understand that it had a lot of degradation. So I'm just wondering what you're basing that on.
So the degradation is based on, I know it's based on Form Energy's analysis of their product. And I believe it is the electrolyte that needs to be replaced. And I did not update on this slide. It says the fixed O&M is $18 a kilowatt hour. That does not include the battery enhancement of replacing that electrolyte or you know, augmenting the batteries. When you do that, it raises it to $42 a kilowatt per year. And that's why we did the overbuild at the beginning of 15% to make that a capital cost. And then it allows you to reduce that O&M because you don't need to start that augmentation process until year 6. They are correct that energy degradation per year is very small, so much lower than other technologies, but there is some.
Right. I guess
Yeah.
my only thought on this is like I say, I really like the technology and the company. What best purpose is there for this kind of resource? So thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for all that, Fred. So just noting another question from Jennifer that might be a feedback report question, which is, why are the zinc flow and zinc air batteries bundled? Also, where does iron air fall in this cost chart? This is all slide 42. If you could go back one slide,
Yes.
Will.
Yeah. And I actually can answer that. This slide is from, and I didn't cover, I apologize, from a PNNL study that was published in 2022. That is how they bundled the technologies. And metal air batteries were not iron air were not included in this study, which is why we didn't list it here. But we did do the deeper dive that we can kind of work out where it shows, and we can answer that in the questions later in the report.
Great. Thanks a lot, Leslie. I'd like to just welcome Dan Kirshner with the Northwest Gas Association. Thank you for joining us here, another RPAG member. But are there any other questions for Leslie before we keep moving? Okay. Well, here, you can go to the next slide, Will. Carry us forward. Keep going. Okay, so now we're going to talk about small modular reactors with Adam Faircloth with Black & Veatch. Maybe not so fun challenge for all the Black & Veatch presenters. We're running 25 to 30 minutes behind, so if you could try to trim your presentation by quarter, so not speak faster, but just really focus on what you want these advisory group members to understand, that would be great. So Adam, let's see. I see you there. Great. You sound good. Take us away.
All right. Thank you, Sophie. So as you mentioned, I'm Adam Turkle. I'm an engineering manager here at Black & Veatch. So we're going to talk about small modular reactors. I'll preface this with, I could talk about these designs all day and then a whole nother day on the nuclear fuel development side also. So I'll just keep it high level and then I'll welcome any conversations around that. So really, we're talking about nuclear small modular reactors. What is it? Well, honestly, the SMRs, a lot of them are just a scaled down version of the existing nuclear fleet that we have today, but they focus on a few more areas. So more of a passive safety systems device relying on active systems. They're smaller, simplified. A lot of them emphasize modular construction to try to help with that construction uncertainty. And a lot of them are using advanced fuels too, which can have some financial impact and also opportunity to increase the safety margin. So basically, we kind of looked at 3 different SMRs, if you will, and they're kind of break into different categories. So first one I looked at is the NuScale Voyager. It is a 77 megawatt electrical PWR. This one we chose this one because it's the most advanced in terms of design along the process. When I say advanced, I mean it's first along the process, not necessarily the most technologically advanced design. It actually is one that just relies on old proven technology, just a smaller compact design. Another one we looked at is the GE BWR X300, which is a 300 megawatt electrical BWR. Again, kind of based on some of the existing fleet designs. Just currently a project going on at the Darlington Nuclear Power Plant, and then TVA has also announced a project that they're going to start with the BWR X300 as well. So we kind of chose this one because it's one that we actually have dirt starting to move on as far as actually being built. And lastly, the XE100, which is the X Energy design, and that is a 800 megawatt electrical high temperature gas reactor. As I'm sure many are aware, there's been an announcement with Energy Northwest in sort of a partnership or desire to study this design in a little bit more detail as well. So these designs kind of have 3 different technologies, if you will. So there's kind of a wide breadth of it. I did see a question asked, why do we not use TerraPower design in here, and really, I could say the same thing about the Westinghouse AP300. We can include many more designs in the study, but really they're not really going to provide anything more to the study other than just talking about the different technologies. And again, we could talk about them all day. So this was just kind of a flavor of 3 different types of technologies that were a little bit different than each other. So that's the main reason why. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, the SMRs, you can really break them down into 2 different categories: the Gen 3 Plus reactors and the Gen 4 reactors. So again, the Gen 3 Plus reactors, those are going to be light water reactors that you see in existence today in the industry. So we call it TRL7. Basically, it's kind of like a prototype. We don't have any Gen 3 Plus SMRs built currently, but we do have a whole existing fleet of light water reactors in the U.S. So scalability, we said 300 megawatts electrical plus. And really what all that means is your SMRs, you're looking at about 50 megawatts electrical up to 300 megawatts electrical, but now we're even seeing some of those designs go to 400 megawatts electrical with like the Rolls-Royce design and a few of those others. And then we have the Gen 4 reactors. So Gen 4 reactors they're not quite as far along. So you're talking about anything that's not your light water reactors, whether it be your high temperature gas reactors, your liquid sodium, liquid metal, molten salt reactors. So there's some prototypes that are out there that are being built, some small demonstration plants, and there are high temperature gas reactors that are in existence internationally. We've had one built in the U.S. As a sort of a research reactor back in the 60s. But again, Gen 4s, they're not quite as far along in terms of the process, but they're really trying to leverage new technology to get a better performance, higher safety margin, and get a higher opportunity for financial cost benefits. Next slide, please.
Adam, can I just break in real quick before
Yeah.
we lose this thread entirely? Fred Hewitt was wondering why the TerraPower sodium moderated design wasn't studied. Any thoughts?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to allude to. Really, there's so many different technologies. We could have talked about them all, but there's the pricing and the things that we actually looked at is not necessarily design specific. The purpose of the different designs was to kind of highlight the different technologies out there, because there's many different designs, right? We could talk about the AP300. Really, there's just a bunch of different designs that are out there. And until you really make a decision to move forward and go and look at several different designs, this was really just a high level to talk about some of the different ones that are out there. The whole tech designs really come along. So there really is just a bunch of designs, and we could talk again all day about them if we want to. So I definitely welcome any time we want to talk about those. But again, it's all what's available to us. NuScale, their design's complete, so we could talk about that. BWR X300, we know a lot about their information already. We are their OE. And then the X Energy, again, Energy Northwest has a lot of connections with them. So again, three technologies that we have the most insight to.
Thanks so much. Carry on.
Yeah, and this just further characterizes the SMRs that we talked about with the passive safety systems, smaller, simplified design, modular construction, and then advanced fuels and coolants as well. And then next slide, please. So just a quick level overview of the nuclear fuel. So the high enriched uranium, that's a restricted type of fuel. So we use that in military and some research reactors, which are obviously is going to lead to very expensive costs. So really not a topic of discussion for SMRs, particularly in terms of commercial use. So low enriched uranium is what we see in the current fleet. So again, those Gen 3 Plus reactors, they're going to lean on this low enriched uranium. So NuScale, the BWR X300, and, the whole tech SMR design. Now, we kind of talked earlier about uranium pricing. It is, for the last 5 to 8 years, has been pretty steady. And then within the last 6 months, it has just gone kind of crazy, doubling, almost tripling in price. So it's starting to come back down, but again, with the market demands and regulatory changes, that's all going to be in flux, I see, for the near future. So HALEU, as Fred kind of alluded to earlier, is a high assay, low enriched uranium, so it's slightly more enriched. So this is an emerging fuel, if you will. There's limited supply, and currently the government's kind of controlling it. But these are what the Gen 4 reactors are really going to rely on. So your TerraPower, your X-Energy XE100. So kind of the things that we've heard, we have the capability to produce the fuel that we need. But the fuel producers are really waiting for the demand. Basically, it's kind of like, well, when we get the demand, we'll scale up production of it. And even some of the vendors themselves are relying on their own fuel reprocessing and enriching facilities as part of their business plans. But they basically identified that as a risk, and they're saying we're going to produce our own fuel, we're going to enrich it, and basically, and even starting to look at reprocessing some of the used fuel that's already out there in the U.S. And then thorium, again, it's just a potential for future use. It's not currently in use in the U.S., but new technology starting to be developed. But again, the cost is going to vary as demand goes up, as technology advances, and as regulatory changes come into effect. Next slide, please. So again, so some things to note on this. So the total project cost, what we see currently is just over $10,000 per kilowatt. Now we are looking at a first of a kind design with long regulatory review. So we foresee the nth of a kind savings coming. People are predicting anywhere from 15 to 30% on those. So just some things to keep in mind with that as well. But again, where the nuclear SMR market's going to shine is just trying to bring that levelized cost of energy down because they do have a long life expectancy along with that 93% capacity factor. So yeah, next slide. Again, this just kind of highlights that there hasn't been a whole lot of cost change from one study to the next. And then last slide. So I'll open it up to questions and we can definitely have a conversation.
Thanks. I always know that SMRs get a lot of good dialogue going. So
I like it.
We'll do Ezra and Fred, and then I'll just invite someone who hasn't shared yet to provide a thought or a question. So please, let's start with Ezra.
All right, thank you. Adam, you didn't really say anything about the end of the fuel cycle or about decommissioning. Can you speak to how that might be different with SMRs from other reactors, or how that should be accommodated in looking at the cost of these resources?
Well, so the thing about nuclear power is that all that cost for decommissioning, right? That comes up front, right? You have to have that cost of decommission early. Now, the thing about the SMRs and what we talk about with the end of fuel cycle, obviously they're looking at some of the studies in terms of, what can we do with that used fuel? As I mentioned, some of the business models of the vendors and designs that are out there right now rely on the ability to reprocess that fuel. So really, they're trying to, close that cycle and really utilize a lot of the fuel that's already been out there, that's already been used once. And there's some other technologies out there too, whether it be fast breeder reactors or just other types of technologies that can, really help with that end of the cycle. But as far as like more detail with that, I can follow up offline or we can get back to you on that as well.
All right. I mean, reprocessing has never been a way to save money. The question of storage and paying for it and paying into the decommissioning fund. I just want to know if that's all part of the costs that you're showing us.
From my understanding, yes, the decommissioning fund is part of that. But let me follow up with that just to be 100% sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, let's turn to Fred next.
Yeah, one specific question. I have tons of issues on nuclear, but this one in particular, the previous slide mentioned the different costs for the different reactor types. And I'm wondering specifically about fixed O&M. This roughly is you're proposing $100 per kW year. A couple years ago in the Pacific Core IRP, Burns and McDonnell, serious firm, they do good work, indicated they were looking at the NuScale as a kind of example of SMR, indicating about a $6,200 kW per kW capital cost and a quite higher O&M cost. I think they had $179 per kW a year. So if you spread that out over 30 years, it actually costs as much as the capital costs. Do you have any insights into, first of all, these kinds of thermal plants are going to have a higher cost than, the gas plants, solar, wind, et cetera. Typically, those are in the $10 to $40 a kW range. But do you have any notion of the kind of the accuracy of these $100 plus or minus costs? Is that $170 $9 estimate an outlier, or how firm is our understanding of what these O&M costs will be?
I would say that's probably an outlier, and again, most of my judgment on that comes from just working with the different vendors, understanding that the fixed O&M is something that they're trying to design for to try to help drive that cost down. So that is not only is the CapEx and trying to reduce that CapEx on their mind, but they understand like the fact that they need to get the LCOE down. And one of the methods they're really trying to focus that on is with that fixed O&M, just using materials that don't need to be replaced as much and really there's that low maintenance. So I couldn't put a percentage on, is it 100 plus or minus, 50%, 100%. But I believe that, as the technology, I'll say as the finish line comes near, I've seen that fixed O&M start to hold steady more, if that makes sense. If that can shine a light. So to me, it gives me more confidence, with the maturity of the designs and the construction.
Okay. And of course, if it's a first of a kind reactor, those costs are likely to be higher. As you get more of those units, then, get some learning and the costs start to come down a bit. Still, I think the real point I'm trying to highlight here is that while we don't often look closely at the fixed O&M, I think in this particular category, we got to really consider that.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, with a technology that, kind of prides are really trying to leverage itself on that LCOE, with that fixed O&M being, a big driver, or even just O&M in general. It's definitely something we want to keep a notion of.
Great. Thanks, Adam. And thanks for that, Fred. Anyone else, especially if someone hasn't spoken yet? All right. Well, we're going to keep going with Georgia and Peter with offshore wind, and then we might at that point actually ask you all as RPAG members to prioritize the remaining presentations until, I don't know, 2:15 hour. It's been 45 minutes since our last mini break, so I do encourage, I'm going to stand up for a moment before Georgia and Peter get going. I encourage you all to do the same in the vein of the safety moment from today, which is avoiding repetitive motion. So with that, Georgia and Peter, if you could turn your, I see Georgia, let's see if Peter's able to turn his camera on as well. Very good, take it away.
Great, thank you so much. Please go to the next slide. So in terms of offshore wind, looking at it from a global market, it is a very mature technology. It's been deployed over the last 30 years globally, mainly in Europe and Asia. And so now we're looking at it in the US market to deploy on a utility scale. One important factor of offshore wind is it's very similar to onshore wind, except it's bigger. So there's bigger turbines, more megawatts can be generated per wind turbine, but the same system parts are there. So you have the wind turbine generation that's interconnected to what's called a collector substation. And from that collector substation, it is connected to a POI, or a point of interconnection, to inject into the local transmission grid. The offshore wind turbines also, they have, they're much larger in scale. So when you look at an onshore wind turbine, you have about 6 megawatts of generation capable for each turbine, as opposed to an offshore wind turbine, you have 12 megawatts or greater. And as the years go on, the technologies become more mature and the generation becomes much more capable of being larger. Where offshore wind is located, it's located in what's called the Outer Continental Shelf, or the OCS. And you have up to 3 nautical miles off of the shoreline is state-controlled waters, and beyond that is federally controlled waters. When you look at the two different technologies of offshore wind, you have the fixed foundations, which is the most mature in the market. The majority of the offshore wind farms that are installed and constructed are of the fixed foundation type, which involves either what's called a monopile, which is basically a single pole that's installed into the seabed floor, or you have a jacket, which essentially is a large lattice stand that has up to 4 legs that is installed in the seabed floor to support the wind turbine. Newer technology is called floating, and floating platforms have several different technologies that are really floating on top of the water, as floating platforms may be thought of. And the technology essentially is the platform, instead of being fixed to the seabed floor, you have mooring lines that are tethered to the seabed floor, allowing that movement of the wind turbine and system. Next slide. In the US market, we have between the two different technologies, fixed foundation technologies, there are 2 projects that are currently being constructed or in the process of being energized. You have South Fork Wind, and which has just completed construction this month. It's off the coast of New York, 132 megawatts. And then you have Vineyard Wind, which is in process of being constructed, with the construction completion date planned for the end of 2024. That's an 800 megawatt project. Globally, we have several projects that have already been constructed that you can see from the table. And those offshore fixed wind turbine wind farms are in waters that are up to 60 meters in depth. Once you go beyond 60 meters in depth, you look at floating platforms. And so outside of the US, there are a few pilot projects that have been developed, with more coming up. In the US, there is a couple of pilot projects that are looking to be developed, but currently right now there is nothing that is commercially being constructed. However, in California, in December of 22, they did award 5 lease areas to developers to build and construct utility scale floating offshore wind farms. So as we move into the future and looking at floating technology and offshore wind farm technology, it will be happening in the next few years, where it will be commercially viable. Next slide. Peter, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Georgia. So I can pick up from here, really moving from that broad kind of industry view to look at the specifics of the Grays Harbor area. So when we, the scenario, the kind of configuration that we're considering here is a 100 megawatts project, roughly 5 kilometers offshore, within that 3 nautical mile limit. So in the near to mid future, that would be the kind of project that would be considered. Perhaps further down the line, further offshore, in deeper waters, there may be opportunities for larger scale floating projects. When we look at that location, we find that water depths are roughly 20-30 meters. So really, in that location, we're talking about monopole foundations, most realistically. Further offshore, as you go beyond 60 meters, semi-submersible foundations become deployed. And then once you go into deeper waters than that, you move into the other foundation concepts. But at the moment, we're seeing that projects that have been built out recently in offshore wind, they're using 8-9 megawatt scale turbines. Projects that are nearing completion or are due to be commissioned in 2024, 25. We're moving into the kind of 12 to 15 megawatt scale of turbine, and there are economies of scale that apply, and that's a very important contribution to the reduction in the levelized cost of energy with offshore wind, is that move up in size of turbine. Ultimately, we see prototypes being developed in the 18 to 22 megawatt class, although there are some levelized cost of energy studies that suggest there may be some kind of sweet spot around 16 to 17 megawatts in size. On the timescales associated with this project, I would imagine you would be thinking of the 12 to 15 megawatt rated turbines of the sort that are currently being produced by or are currently slated for installation in projects that are in a very advanced stage of development, produced by Vestas, GE, Siemens Gamesa. Next slide, please. So this relates to the floating offshore wind concepts. Again, what we see is that there is a relatively rapid learning curve that can be applied to the costs associated with this. Various analyses suggest that floating concepts should be achieving parity with fixed foundations in terms of levelized cost of energy towards the end of the decade or at the beginning, the early part of the next decade. I think as well, we'll see that there'll be a lot of learnings from utility scale floating offshore wind installations that will occur by then. There are so there's around 15 gigawatts of lease options awarded in European waters for utility scale floating offshore wind projects. That's in addition to the 4.6 gigawatts that was awarded in 2022 that Georgia mentioned in Californian waters. So we will see this technology being built out at utility scale, and there will be a lot of valuable learnings that can then be applied to drive down that LCOE. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at the Grays Harbor concept, as I say, we're looking at 100 megawatts within the 3 nautical mile limit in 20 to 30 meters of depth, monopile foundations. That's going to occupy an area of around 25 square kilometers. We can see from the publicly available information about the available wind resource, we can expect a capacity factor of about 45%. When we were looking at the costs associated with this, we did look at sources of information such as the annual technology baseline, the offshore renewable energy catapults, guides to offshore wind, and so on. And what we did was we looked at the details of this specific project and how they deviated from the baseline assumptions that informed more generic cost breakdowns to work out where this is different. Key differences are that assumptions about the length of the export cable, assumptions about the presence of an offshore substation need to be modified when working out the cost for this project, which is how we came to that $3,600 per kilowatt. Move to the next slide, please. So yeah, applying the same kind of logic, we see there's a slightly longer timeline because this is potentially a first of a kind in the USA when we're talking about floating offshore wind. Similar considerations apply though in relation to the deviations from the baseline assumptions that underlie some of the other kind of technology evaluations in terms of export cables, offshore substation, and applying those adjustments, we arrived at $5,100 per kilowatt. Next slide, please. So that gives you just the kind of comparison across the board there when we look at the previous IRP and when we look at the NREL's annual technology baseline review. The key difference there with these 2025 figures, as I say, being due to that roughly 7.5% adjustment down to reflect mainly the situation with not requiring an offshore substation and also having a much reduced length of export cable relative to the baseline assumptions that underlie those NREL figures. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you working through all those slides together. Let's do Jennifer and then Fred. And we're coming up in about 20 minutes on our break. So we're getting there, folks. So go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, I was under the impression that off Washington's coast, we had to have floating offshore wind if we went that way. Do we know, is fixed a possibility?
Yes. I think really the thing is it's how quickly the continental shelf drops off as you move offshore. That happens much closer to shore in Californian waters, and I think the development of the Californian projects has really kind of dominated the imagination and the discourse around the West Coast offshore wind sort of chat. The shallower water does extend a little bit further offshore off Washington than it does off California. Basically, you have, also the location for this concept here is much closer to shore than those Californian projects as well. I mean, those Californian projects, they're in federal waters. Those leases were awarded by the Bureau of Offshore Energy Management. Whereas in this concept here, we're kind of restricting ourselves to that 3 nautical mile boundary, which keeps us in those shallower waters. And I think, so you have to think then about whether that is more restrictive when it comes to the visual impact, when it comes to implications for shipping channels. There's swings and roundabouts, but personally, I think it can be made to work in that location. There would have to be some geotechnical surveys undertaken to just establish the suitability of the foundation concept for the ground conditions. One other advantage that I'm going to mention, when you're that close to shore, it makes it really easy to do the necessary wind surveys. So you would install 2 scanning lidars on the coast that can scan out to sea for several kilometers and acquire all the information you need at the fraction of the cost of, well, an offshore met mast, which would be very expensive, or even a floating lidar. So I find that quite exciting because I'm very interested in those measurement technologies.
Great. Thanks for that answer, Peter. We'll do Fred and then Froy. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I have a question about the expected operating life. I was quite surprised to see this for the fixed at 20 years and for the floating at 15 years. I mean, by that measure, Hywind Scotland would already be halfway through its lifetime. So I'm just wondering why those amounts were selected, because that has a major effect on LCOE and everything else.
Yeah. So I'll admit, I think that operating life for the floating concept can be pushed out, and similarly we see life extend. So as you mentioned, the economics of wind in general, of offshore wind in particular, is being transformed by the approach to life extension that is being adopted by the industry in general. We see that getting an extra 5 years on the end there can transform the economics. It really comes down to having a very proactive operations and maintenance strategy. Make sure that the turbines are fully instrumented for condition monitoring, so you can track the consumption of the operational life of all the components, and you can, intervene with repair and replacement in a very timely and cost-effective way, and that can really push the lifetime of these projects out with, as you say, big economic benefits.
Well, so I guess you could say there's a trade-off between lifetime and fixed O&M to some degree, but I just think that these things are built to last a lot longer than that. There are projects in the North Sea that have been operating for 30 years now.
Yeah. The first, I think the first offshore wind turbine Vindeby was built in 1992. It was decommissioned. It was the first one to be decommissioned in 2017. So it lasted 25 years, and that was the first one. So surely the one that hadn't benefited from all of the experience we've got since then. Yeah, I think as well, the one thing people think about sometimes is that the possibility to repower a project, certainly with onshore projects, you have you anticipate lifetimes of maybe 25 years, but 10, 15 years into a project, people might think about repowering. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case with these. As I say, I have seen LCOE studies that suggest there's going to be a kind of a sweet spot around 16 megawatts. But, you know, we'll see how that works out because we're not quite there yet.
Thanks for that. Let's wrap with Froy as the last question. And before I turn to you, Froy, I just want to, Nicole, if you are on, we're switching up the order and putting you last with this segment. So you are, whatever the sports metaphor is on deck or something. Okay, Froy, please ask your question.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. And this is kind of like a follow from Fred's, just discussing the LCOE predictions. You said that the floating type was approaching parity with the fixed type LCOE, and I can see that it's approaching in slide 57, something close to $60-ish by 2036. What is this parity level that you're talking about? What is the value? What is the LCOE of the fix that we are reaching to?
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, the LCOE we're talking about there is maybe somewhere between 60 and 70. Yeah. It's been tricky because there was all of the LCOE projections that were done up to 2 or 3 years ago, and they all got kind of thrown up in the air a bit with the volatility and the supply chain disruption. So I think some of these calculations do need to be redone, and yeah, we've seen the implications that's had for various commercial arrangements where people had to go back to the drawing board a bit. But I think $60 to $70 is not too aggressive or optimistic. I think that's realistic.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to wrap us up so that we can get our break soon. Thanks so much, Peter and Georgia. We appreciate your time here. Will, we're going to go to the thermal peaking resource slides. So keep going. Oh, let's go back. Keep going. There we are. Okay. I know that Nicole and Justin, you wanted 20-25 minutes. I'm going to ask you all to do it in 20 or less so we can get to our break. And then for everyone to be aware, we're going to take our break, talk about transmission, and then they're going to try to truncate their piece and then come back to the remaining Black and Veatch presentations. So with that in mind, Nicole, let's see, can I see and can I hear you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, very good. And Justin, I see and hear you. Thank you. All right, take us to our break, Nicole.
All right, I'll try to be as quick as possible. So the focus of this study was really identifying certain alternative fuels as well as appropriate gas turbine technology for an approximate 100 megawatt peaker plant that could be operational in the next 4 to 7 years. So on the left side, you'll see here the first part was going through the various alternative fuels that could be used. We evaluated different fuels based on the criteria you see here. And we shortlisted 3 main combinations. So one was natural gas with a backup of renewable diesel. The second one was hydrogen with the backup of renewable diesel. And then third one was just running on renewable diesel itself. So the second part to that was obviously identifying the appropriate gas turbine technology. So again, based on several different factors, we shortlisted the Siemens SGT 800 as a good possibility. The unique thing with this particular turbine being that in addition to the fuel flexibility with liquid fuels, it also is expected to support 100% hydrogen operation as soon as 2025. So here on the right side, you'll see some performance numbers on the turbine. Just going over some of the abbreviations here. So we have heat rate defined at LHV. So heat rate obviously being an indication of the efficiency of the turbine. LHV is the lower heating value of natural gas. The DLE burners that you see here, these are basically dry, low emissions burners, which basically it's a combustion system that doesn't need any water or diluent to reduce its emissions. And then all these numbers are at ISO conditions, which means that they're just at 59 degrees ambient, 60% humidity, and sea level altitude. So moving on to the next slide, we did do some performance modeling of what a peaker plant with 2 of these SGT 800 would look like and what the performance would be. So here's some summary numbers with megawatts and heat rates. So you'll notice these are again net numbers. So they include all plant auxiliary losses. And you'll notice for the gas turbine, the performance varies, depending on the ambient conditions. So you'll see a variance in, both capacity and heat rate. On the bottom here, we have some plant emission numbers. Now these are assuming post-combustion flue gas treatment in place. So which would mean some sort of, a catalyst to remove NOx and carbon monoxide. So you'll see some numbers listed for NOx, CO, and CO2. Just a quick note on the CO2, we do plan on revising these numbers. The CO2 numbers are closer to 117 pounds per MBTU. So similarly, next slide, you'll see performance with renewable diesel. So there's some differences you'll note with natural gas, with renewable diesel, being slightly less in megawatts. Heat rates are approximately the same. The renewable diesel emissions, so the NOx emissions tend to be higher compared to compared to natural gas, and the CO2 emissions also tend to be higher. Next slide. So here's some performance on hydrogen. Now this is assuming that the gas turbine runs on 100% hydrogen. So you'll notice again variances in megawatts and heat rates. The heat rates for hydrogen are typically higher than the other 2 fuels. Megawatts are also slightly lower than natural gas. The thing with hydrogen, as far as emissions is concerned, combustion of hydrogen, although it doesn't produce any CO2, it does produce high NOx. So controlling NOx with hydrogen is a critical aspect of operating with hydrogen. And a quick note that hydrogen capability is in development with a lot of different manufacturers, including Siemens, and these numbers are preliminary, and once these engines are released for commercial sales, you might see a slight difference in the performance numbers. Moving on to the next slide. I think these are just charts to kind of give you a visual summary of the previous performance numbers. Just kind of giving you a feel for how heat rate for the plant would change with the gas turbine load. Yeah, you'll notice improvement in heat rate as the gas turbine approaches its full load operation. Next slide. Again, similar chart showing how heat rate varies with ambient temperatures. So we kind of saw that, as the ambients get warmer, approaching summer, your heat rates also change with that. And the one trend you'll see consistently is that the hydrogen heat rates are higher than the other two fuels. Next slide. So talking about the cost aspects, I won't spend a lot of time, but basically you'll see two scenarios, one with natural gas and R99, and then the hydrogen cost. So the total project costs here, for natural gas and R99 are approximately $198 million compared to hydrogen of 202. The difference being that with hydrogen, you do need some additional hardware in the plant to, whether it's safety related, hydrogen piping, and so on. So that's the major difference between the two. And that's kind of, it kind of flows into the dollar per kilowatt numbers as well. So that is really the main thing here. The one key takeaway here is that hydrogen on-site storage costs are not included in this picture, and that being the reason being that storing the amounts of hydrogen that you need to burn with this gas turbine, it would be prohibitively expensive. So the assumption here is that hydrogen would be provided one way or the other to the site for the turbine. So moving on to the next slide. Justin, you want to talk a bit about this?
Justin, can we hear you? Let's see. Nope. Justin, if you want to, if you're having issues and you're still logged into Teams, just log out of Teams and that might help. Give you a second.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Great.
Yep. It was the Teams issue. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I'd like to add on that previous slide was those are not including fuel costs as well, those O&M numbers. So within the hydrogen transportation overview, just at a high level, this diagram shows kind of what you might be looking at for liquid hydrogen versus centralized production versus on-site compression. So one of the big constraints with hydrogen is the transportation. It is the least dense thing you can try and squeeze into a space. So it is very difficult to store large quantities, especially for power generation requirements. So for centralized production, liquefaction, you can store up to 2,000, 4,000 kilograms, so 2 to 4 tons per truck. And that's about 2,000 miles. And then if you have underground storage, if you have like salt dome storage, you can store much more, or I guess much larger quantity up to power generation range. The only issue there is you are limited based on your geography if you have access to salt dome storage. So just like I think was mentioned for the case earlier, the liquid mined salt dome cavern storage is the best option if you're doing on-site production and storage. And then the gaseous storage or transportation, for trucks, you can only get about a ton per kilogram. And just for some perspective, for 100 megawatt plant or 50 megawatt plant, operating at the BTU per kilowatt hours that we're talking about here, you're talking about consuming 3 to 4 tons per hour of hydrogen if you're doing 100% hydrogen. So that just gives you a little context on the reality that delivering trucks on site to fuel a natural gas plant is not very realistic. So yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Go to the next slide.
Yeah, so this is just a quick comparison with NREL ATB. I think as we compare the numbers here, it's important to note that the NREL ATB is based on a different gas turbine class, an F class, compared to the SGT 800. So that can have an impact. It's not an apples to apples comparison in a way. And also the NREL ATB is based on natural gas performance only. So again, something to keep in mind as we compare other fuel numbers to the NREL ATB. And I think we've kind of gone over some of the numbers in the previous slides, so I won't spend too much time on that. Next slide. This is the same comparison here. Again, NREL doesn't have a hydrogen, a baseline really. So this will be something to keep in mind. And then again, the performance, the emissions numbers here, these are not correct. These were copied from the other fuels, and this will need to be updated. Obviously, CO2 emissions with hydrogen are negligible. Yeah, that's all I had.
That's great, Nikhil, and thank you, Justin, as well. We have 3 or 4 minutes here for questions. Questions or comments? All right, Ezra, please.
All right, I gave it a second for anybody else to jump in first.
Yes, just fine. Then I see Froy following. So please go ahead, Ezra.
On the hydrogen, I guess what's the assumption on how that hydrogen is produced? You have 0 CO2 emissions. If it's electrolytically produced, is PSE going to take it into account that energy cost? I mean, hydrogen is like sort of a magical fuel here. Can you comment on where you assume it would be coming from, and similarly with the biodiesel?
Yeah, I can take a stab at that. I think it might be also directed at PSE, but in terms of electrolytic derived hydrogen, so everybody likes to talk about green hydrogen being 0. The reality is it's going to be anywhere between 0 and 0.45 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen, which is the requirement for the 45V for producing hydrogen within the US. So it is assumed to be 0, but I think the way that the hydrogen market is probably going to be trading in the future is going to have some carbon intensity assigned to those kilograms of hydrogen. I think the exact mechanism of what that looks like is still being debated today. But yes, I would think that you would need to assign the carbon within that fuel within the production to the production of the megawatts. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks for that. Let's go to Froy, and then maybe perhaps PSE will have a thought. Go ahead, Froy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a follow-up on that, that I think we brought this up many meetings ago, that hydrogen cannot be thought like necessarily like an energy source, but rather like a storage intermediary for energy production. And that if we are accounting for, I guess the minimum hydrogen carbon content that the hydrogen can have is that of the energy grid average, if it's using electrolytic to produce it, and kind of like it's dependent on PSE or wherever we get it from. But yeah, wondering if this conversation about converting to hydrogen is also including an increased demand from at the PSE level, or where we assuming that energy is coming from to produce that hydrogen. And maybe it's not for Justin question, but yeah, maybe for other folks.
Thanks, Froy. Can I turn to maybe Philip or Elizabeth to respond? Let's see. Go ahead, Philip.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I think that in terms of where the hydrogen would come from, we're part of the hydrogen hub, so we're actively working to see how to make that work. So will it work? We're not really 100% sure here, right? That's where we're at in our industry, right? We need something. Not that I think you're seeing with the hydrogen, with the nuclear. We know we like just lithium ion batteries, solar and wind are not going to keep the lights on at the level of reliability that we need, right? So we're looking for where's that going to come from. So what we will be doing is we are updating the hydrogen prices, which have gone up considerably relative to what we thought last time. So and that kind of reflects all that, right? I mean, a lot of the energy sources that we look at really are kind of storage, right? In one form or another. But so we're going to definitely be looking into that, Ezra. I don't know that we're ready to say yes, we can have 100% green hydrogen come 2045, right? We're trying to figure this stuff out. In terms of the biodiesel, what we're really kind of talking about is renewable diesel. It might be different. It might be a subset of biodiesel, but that one's a lot easier. We can buy that now. Could we buy it in sufficient quantities to fill a tank to keep a peaker going for 5 days? I don't know. But we don't have to, right? Under CETA, we don't have to do that just yet. By 2045, you have to have a renewable diesel to run those units, or renewable natural gas, or probably would wind up being a combination of both. So, the renewable diesel is much easier. It's already existing. Sign a long-term contract. I'm sure we could get all that we want. It's pretty expensive, but as a peaker in that backup, right? That one's a lot less uncertain. I guess that was a double negative in there, but a lot less uncertain than the supply chain for getting hydrogen to power plants in Washington. Hopefully that helped.
Great. Elizabeth, sound good to you? Anything to add? You're good? Okay. It's 2:22. What we're going to do is take a 10-minute break right now. So just for round numbers, come back at 2:35. We'll spend an hour around on the transmission conversation with PSE staff, and then Black and Veatch, we're going to ask you all the carbon capture and sequestration, enhanced geothermal systems, distributed energy resources, and utility scale renewables and BESS. That if we can condense those into about 20 minutes at the end after the transmission conversation, that is our goal. So I will see everyone at 2:35 if you are on the West Coast, and take a stretch break, grab some snacks, and we'll see you in about, 12 minutes now. All right, if you can hear my voice, come on back. We'll start in about a minute. Will, if you could share your screen, if you can hear me. Perfect. And Will, if you could go to the regional transmission set of slides. So after all the Black and Beach, very good. Keep on going. There we go. Oh, there we are. Perfect. All right, everyone. Well, just to make sure that you're still with me, I know that we're scattered across the country and Washington State and the Northwest. So if you could put in the chat what the weather is like where you are now, and we'll just see what everyone is experiencing. Make sure you all are still here with us. Overcast, sunny and cold in Boston, overcast in Seattle, Bellingham, light rain, rainy as usual. Summer, I think, is in Oregon, overcast and rainy. North Seattle, it's gray. All right. Snowy in Colorado. So a whole range of things. See if anyone else. And also Dan in Oregon, overcast, cool, and rainy. Okay, well, wherever we are, we're going to move on to our conversation led at first by Elizabeth here to talk about regional transmission. And we'll chat for about an hour or so. So Elizabeth, do you want to take us away?
Yeah, thanks. Next slide, please. We'll get there. Just so you know, we are informing and consulting. This is our first time discussing the regional transmission discussion for this 25 IRP. So this will be the first point of discussion. We'll have more discussions on this, but we really just wanted to introduce what's going on with regional transmission and constraints that we're seeing. I think next slide. I'm just gonna go do an overview of how we're looking at regional transmission, and then I'm going to hand it over to the experts who will kind of go through what they're seeing and some discussion on that as well. Just kind of an overview of how we are looking at the transmission constraints. So for the transmission, when we are looking at these resources, we need to locate the resources where they're available. Wind, solar, there's a lot of options where resources become available, and we need to look at the transmission to bring those resources back to PSC. And so we need to make sure we're meeting, again, our peak loads, hourly loads. So this is loads in every hour, and the CETA requirements. All of this is key on what we can get of resources. Resources located here at PSE versus resources that are located regionally across the Pacific Northwest, and how we can get that back. I think next slide. So just kind of an overview of where PSE is located in the WAC. So as I mentioned, we are looking at kind of resources across the Pacific Northwest and beyond. All of this for meeting the resources. So this is an important piece, the transmission piece, trying to get to these resources. So the transition, not just to get to within Washington or Oregon, Pacific Northwest, but as you mentioned, there's other resources out there for like the geothermal or other resources trying to get further beyond Pacific Northwest as well. I think next slide. Overall, for what we're doing in this IRP, so what we're going to do is create these kind of transmission regions or within our modeling. So when we model, we are looking at our long-term capacity expansion. And what we're going to do is be grouping all these resources together into transmission regions. So if we were, example, looking into resources that are being located in Eastern Washington, we would be grouping together like wind, solar, that could be energy storage, that could be nuclear, that could be all the resources that we could locate in Eastern Washington, group together, and what's the transmission constraints to bring those resources back to PSE loads. And we're looking across the regions and grouping all the resources into these different regions and what we can do with those resources. And then that ends up getting translated as this group or resource group will then have a building constraint equal to the transmission available to get out of that region. So we're grouping the resources with the build constraints to get the resources out of the region. So we're going to be looking into, so we'll have in a couple of slides looking at the different regions we're looking at, how we're categorizing all the resources into those regions, and some of those constraints we're seeing out of those regions as well. Next slide. So overall, I just kind of want to set up what we're doing. So we're going to be going through what we're calling our reference assumptions. And so what the reference is our starting point assumption. So we're going to start this process of discussing, setting up kind of what is our reference assumptions into the portfolio. We'll be having more conversations on this as well. This is also where the generic resources are coming in as well. And so what we need is a starting point. And so we'll be going through kind of our reference assumptions for our transmission constraints. We'll then also be looking at possible scenarios or sensitivities we can build off of those reference assumptions that we'll be modeling as part of all of our portfolio modeling. And so when we put together a complete portfolio at the end of this process, we will not just be looking at this reference assumptions, we'll be looking at everything. Looking at what could happen if we build out some more transmission, or if we look at all these other options, what would be the best course? And that's what goes into creating this preferred portfolio. So just to be clear that this is our starting point. This isn't necessarily where we're going to end with our final portfolio. And so the objective today is just kind of review through the reference assumptions for the regional transmission and the capacity and costs for those assumptions, and any potential sensitivities or tests available to look at what could happen, how can we expand things out, and possibilities around that as well. I think that's where I'll finish.
Yeah. Questions on the stage that Elizabeth set for us? Okay, not seeing any. And we have Jens and Lakshman with PSE right now. I don't see any like official breaks for questions, but Jens and Lakshman, is it okay if people just raise their hand or drop things in the chat as you go?
I'd prefer that. Absolutely.
Okay, very good. We'll turn it over to you now and take us away.
Sounds great. Thanks, everybody. I'm Jens Nedger, Director of Transmission at PSE, and joined with Loxman, and we'll be talking a little more about some of the transmission constraints and really how we are intending to include those and work with Elizabeth's team to get those modeled in the IRP. I tend to be the glue that holds everything together, right? We're the transmission, I guess the resource enabler to bring clean energy back to PSE. We're also one of the biggest constraints and hurdles we've got to overcome. So hopefully you get a little better perspective today as to what those constraints are, what we're doing to manage that, and really how this can be modeled in the IRP so that we're reflecting reality and also bringing forward the best possible outcome related to transmission. So to start with, a number of great technologies we heard about today. The challenges, most of them are not near to our service territory. So when we're looking at achieving higher concentrations of clean energy resources in our portfolio, a lot of them are located in multiple states or a long distance away. This is a picture just of the Pacific Northwest area, and you'll notice there's clusters of renewable resources in Montana. There's another cluster of wind and solar resources in the Wyoming and Idaho region, others into Oregon, others farther south, and then a nice cluster in the eastern side of Washington State. Not as many right within our service territory, and then some offshore wind and wind in Canada. Those are kind of some of the major different renewable resource or clean energy zones we're looking to attach to and bring resources from. And if you go to the next slide, we've taken those and then layered them upon the different transmission zones that we've identified. And this has been done both in conjunction with the RAP. The RAP is the Western Resource Adequacy Program. Long story short, they are also looking at modeling where you have areas of transmission constraint. And so these different zones that they've identified line up fairly well with what we're looking at modeling in the IRP. Inside the zone, there's transmission. You can move power around today in a fairly freely fashion. But between those zones, there's substantial constraints. And so we're mimicking that in what we're going to model in the 25 IRP. We've got about 9 total clean energy zones, or CEZs. We love our acronyms. I'm glad they're described later in the presentation. And these represent areas where we've got a substantial amount, hopefully, of clean energy potential, but we've got a key transmission constraint. Not a lot of transmissions available to bring it back to our service territory. For the most part, these line up really well with the RAP transmission zones. We've got a grouping in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, and then Oregon, as I mentioned. We've taken this zone 3 in the RAP, which really covers a lot of Washington and Oregon, and broken them down into subgroups, partly because there's some specific transmission constraints in both central Washington versus southeastern Washington versus southern Washington. So we're modeling each of those different bubbles, so to speak, separately, so we can get a more accurate representation of the transmission constraints today and what's going to be, so to speak, unlocked as we move further out into the future. And so each of these represent areas where we've got substantial constraints bringing that power back to our service territory. Next slide, please. One of the key pieces just to frame up where PSE is at in the grander transmission scheme. Regional transmission is really not provided by PSE. We've got great transmission in our service territory, but Bonneville Power Administration, or BPA, is really the major regional transmission owner and operator. They're the one that moves the power across the state, across into Montana and Oregon, and we rely on them to deliver a lot of that to us. I mean, we're even one of their largest, if not their largest customer at this point. Part of the challenge is Bonneville Power Administration is out of capacity as well on some of the key flow gates or key paths that they operate. Two of those that are really important to us are shown on the slide today. Those vertical black lines represent what they call a flow gate. It's a path or an area where transmission is very constrained. And they've got two of those in that really affect PSE. One's called west of Cascades North, really on the I-90 corridor and Highway 2 crossing the mountains. And the other is on west of Cascades South on the Oregon border, or Washington-Oregon border. And those two are key constraints we track and we follow very closely. We'll talk a little later in more detail about what this means to PSE and how constrained they are. But one of the pieces of information that's changed substantially between the last IRP and this one, about 6 weeks ago, Bonneville announced that there's not any more firm transmission that's going to be available until the 2038, 2039, or basically late 2040s across this west of Cascades North. So in other words, any new transmission or new resources trying to get to Puget Sound area, Bonneville is going to have to make some substantial upgrades, and it'll take them a long time to do that. So we'll talk a little bit more as we go through today of how we're looking at reflecting that to make sure we're giving an accurate representation of what transmission is available today and when new transmission might be available from a resource standpoint. Next slide. So within Washington State, just another graphic to help illustrate this. Anywhere you go to get resources, whether it's central Washington, southeastern Washington, southern Washington, or western Washington, those clean energy zone bubbles, all of them have constraints bringing back that power from a transmission standpoint to our service territory. And we'll show in details a little bit later about how we're planning on modeling that after we've done our analysis. So a lot of constraints within the Washington, and that's really driven a lot by Bonneville's constraint system that they are managing through right now. And if we go to the next slide, zooming out a little bit further, there's also similar constraints getting access to power or resources in other states. Montana is one of the key ones that we've been looking into and, of course, closely following. And again, Bonneville is the main, or BPA, Bonneville Power Administration, is the main regional provider to Montana. They've got a constraint system. There's some potential upgrades they're looking at, but again, those are long-term upgrades into the late 2030s to achieve if they continue to move forward with those. So Montana, it's constrained area getting from there back to our service territory. Similar challenges down to Idaho and Wyoming. There's been some upgrades with the Boardman to Hemingway project, but still similar challenges in the constrained area looking forward. And we see similar constraints coming from Oregon. The one area that's not constrained, maybe it's a shining light, maybe not, depending on your perspective, is from British Columbia or BC. There is some capacity coming down from Canada. And again, all of those will be effectively modeled in the IRP to show where there's constraints and where there's not. But to make a long story short, there's going to have to be substantial investment in transmission to really build out and improve the capacity between Washington State and these other clean energy zones in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, et cetera. And we'll talk a little later about how we're planning on including that as part of some scenarios inside of this IRP process. Next slide. This is kind of a table that boils down all the maps that we've just talked about into more of a summary version. As Elizabeth talked about, each of these different clean energy zones will be represented by a resource group. So each bubble will be a resource group. And within that resource group, there'll be a number of different generic resources. And those generic resources are going to align with the types of resources that are really available and the potential in that zone. So if you take Wyoming, for example, both wind and solar, they'll have their own unique wind shape to represent what's actually happening in Wyoming. But inside that resource group, those generic resources will be identified as possible and then effectively studied and included in the IRP analysis. And then the total energy from that resource group will be constrained by the amount of transmission that's available over the course of time, both today and years in the future, to deliver that clean energy back to PSE service territory. And then the same holds true for all of the other different resource groups along the way. Next slide.
Let me just ask the question. Yeah. Any comments or questions for Jen so far before he continues? Jennifer, please.
Yeah, I have a question really about co-location of storage at either end of the transmission line to use that as a resource. How are you looking at that with the constraints?
Great question. Lakshman's going to talk about that in a little bit more detail. In short, co-location allows you to put more resources to utilize the transmission that's there. So the transmission constraint still exists, but if you can store it on one side or the other, you can effectively change the shape of that. So you can bring more energy across, even though you've got a constrained transmission system that you're pushing power through. Does that help, Jennifer?
It does help. I'll be interested in more details on it. Yeah.
Great. Yep, Lakshman will dig into that some more. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, carry on, Jim.
Sounds great. So now we'll focus on highlight a little bit of the numbers, just to give you a sense of how things have changed from the last IRP or the Electric Progress Report in 2023 until today. And a lot of this came about in response to Bonneville Power Administration's recent cluster study. They do a big study to look at how they can meet all the requests, and then what transmission is available to try to meet those requests. And so in doing that, if you look at, I'll just focus on the 2035 column and those numbers for a minute. The second line there is the 2023 EPR totals. So that's basically how much transmission we had available in that prior Electric Progress Report. And it was, gosh, almost 7,000 megawatts, a little less than 6,600 megawatts. That's what we had in the last IRP, so to speak, when we ran it. Today, when we look at that same picture, there's only 3,600 megawatts of available capacity. And so that's almost half, a substantial shift. So in short, and largely this is due to Bonneville. There's other factors, of course, that we've taken into account, but primarily this is because Bonneville Power Administration, they're out of capacity. They've had so many requests to use their transmission system. There's not more until they make more substantial build outs of their transmission grid, and transmission takes a long time to build. That's part of the challenge. So what we've looked at with the transmission constraints this time is that we're short about 3,000 megawatts from what was available last time. Does that mean we're going to meet the clean energy goals? Yes, that's still possible, but of course the costs and different technology combinations are going to have to add up to figure out how we can meet that within the current transmission constraints. But I wanted to make sure we highlighted a lot has changed. There's a lot less transmission possible now than there was when we ran this IRP process last time. And in many ways, that's not surprising. It reflects the fact that there's a lot of people requesting access to the transmission grid, and the transmission lines are really saturated, and upgrades take time. So we're seeing that as a challenge as we move forward. I will note that this doesn't include the latest Beaver Creek project or those co-location opportunities that we're going to talk about. So I think that'll help fill some of the gap. But transmission is going to continue to be a constraint, and something we'll have to figure out how to overcome, definitely as we look into meeting these clean energy needs into the 2030s.
Jens, I see
a question. Yeah, go for it.
Hey, Jens. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, for everybody's education, just to give us a little maybe breakdown of the historical contribution of PSE versus BPA to the transmission constraint utilized in these territories that we're talking about, just to get a sense of at what level are we supposed to be expecting transmission construction and permitting. I know that BPA is a federal agency. How much has PSE contributed to the overall transmission network utilized by the company?
Yeah, so a couple of different pieces there to think about and consider, and I think we'll talk about some of them as we move on. Long story short, as we move forward, again, Bonneville is the primary regional transmission provider. In other words, they're the ones that have built, permitted, and operate transmission. When I say regional, I mean across Washington State, right? For the most part, PSE's transmission is within our service territory. We cross into Kittitas County, and we've got a little piece of transmission in Montana as part of Colstrip. Otherwise, Bonneville is a regional transmission provider, right? And they've built that transmission grid over the last 50 years, and we have all benefited from that. So moving forward, Bonneville has less transmission available today until they build more. And so that's a key constraint we're going to have to work with. Whether they build more, and of course, as you mentioned, they're a federal agency, so they've got a process to build and permit that. But it will take some time, right? Into the late 2038s or almost 2040. We'll be looking at what those options look like for PSE customers. We'll also be looking at what our own built-out self-built transmission would look like, and hope to include those in this IRP as part of different scenarios that are looked at. So the reference case will represent, here's the transmission today, here's what we know is coming based on what transmission is getting built out and what Bonneville is doing longer term. And then that'll be part of the reference case. And in the long term, we'll look at a number of other options that we'll talk about in a little bit, and a few more slides on some scenarios we'll add on in addition to that. Let's go to the next slide and we'll
go ahead.
dig in a little bit more. So this will be part of the discussion of how optimistic should we be in the reference case? What should we assume or what should we not assume? And it tries to consider what's the risk to secure transmission and how confident are we at that? If you think about all this transmission potential, it can be divided into 3 different buckets. The first bucket is the transmission amount that we've secured. So we've got firm contract capacity for that top line of secured transmission. It's in the green, it's 100% confirmed, and we're ready to use it to meet these future resource needs. The second line is additional transmission to LSR, that's the Lower Snake Wind Project over in southeastern Washington area. And so that's additional transmission we've secured, and that again can be used for multiple different resource purposes. I'm hoping it'll be used for co-location, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. So those are the buckets in green. We're 100% confident those should be included. The question then gets to when we look at the possible BPA cluster study potential, how do we treat that in the IRP? Do we assume that all of that can be used for PSE's purposes? And those numbers came from looking at what Bonneville's cluster study said is possible. They've got a lot of different resources that have requested to use their transmission system. And some of them, all of those that can be delivered to the Puget Sound area are what's included in that total number. The question is, do we model that optimistically? And do we include 100% of what BPA says is possible and baseline a reference case on that? Or do we study a lower amount, whether that's 50%, half of it, or 3/4 of it, and then add different scenarios if we're able to achieve and secure all of the transmission, all the resources that are using that transmission delivered to PSE service territory. So that's one of the key questions that we'd love feedback on along the way to see where our reference assumption should land. And we can talk now about it, Sophie, or we can talk later about it. I'm completely open to you.
Let's break it up a little bit. Let's hear what people have to say about the questions and the assumptions PSE should make. Do you want to just repeat the question in case? Yeah, go ahead.
No problem. So really the question is, what portion of BPA's cluster study potential that was requested to deliver to PSE should we include in the reference case?
And Jen's mentioned, anywhere from different percentages along the way. So let's hear from Dan, please.
I just have a question back in response to the question. I think, Jens, you alluded to the fact that the BPA cluster study is predicated on sort of a lot of requests for transmission. And so, when you ask what proportion of is this like what would be allocated to Puget into cluster study, or is this like all of what's in the cluster study, and there's going to be a whole bunch of people competing for it?
Yeah, so this is a good question. We'll clarify that. This is the portion of the cluster study that was requested to deliver to PSE. So this is when providers put in and said, hey, here's where I want to go. I want to start at this, wherever my resource is, but I want to deliver it to PSE. This is that portion of the cluster study. So not all of it, just that portion. So all these megawatts have requested to be delivered to PSE.
Great, thank you.
Great. With that clarification in mind, any guidance for PSE from RPAG members? What percentage should PSE assume moving forward? Freud, please.
But I mean, I'm a big fan, and I don't know what computational requirements will be for running each of these scenarios, but just to get a sense of worst, average, and best case scenarios will be good. Obviously, worst, hopefully it's not zero, but having an educated guess of what's worst. And then yeah, maybe best might not be 100 either. Maybe it is 100. I don't know. And then yeah, sort of likely scenario somewhere in the middle might be worthwhile. And I know that this kind of optimization requires a little bit of time, but given the probably large impact of transmission constraints in the optimization model, might be important to have a different sense of how that impacts the IRP investment decisions.
Great, thanks, Roy. I also just want to acknowledge that Eliza has been able to join us. So welcome, Eliza, and welcome back, Megan. I know you had to step out. Any other thoughts from other folks before I turn to Ezra about how PSE should be thinking about this study? Okay. Go ahead, Ezra.
I just wanted to understand a little bit better, Jens. You said that these are requests that have been made to BPA for transmission to PSE. But has BPA said yes, this could be allocated based on those requests? I don't really understand this situation. If you could clarify that, that'd be really
Sure. So, in long story short, these are ones that have been requested to BPA. BPA has reviewed them and says, yes, if you're willing to either make the necessary upgrades and pay for that, we can accommodate you. So these are ones that we tracked that have said, yes, we want to move forward with the first part of the study, but first part of, so to speak, the investment, whether it's a line upgrade, et cetera. But everyone that has said, I want to deliver to PSE, and this is the ones BPA said, yes, we can accommodate that. Some have a cost, some may not have a cost. That's where I think some of the optimism or the realism and the risk takes effect.
And they lose that, like if that project disappears, can another project pick up that same capacity?
It depends is the best answer Bonnie will give you. It depends on where they're coming from and a lot of specifics. So likely not. Likely sometimes you can replace it, but with so many constraints across the system, I think BPA is finding that it's going to take more investment to be able to enable their even future requests.
Jim, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Thanks. This isn't so much a substantive recommendation on how to address this specific question, although I think, broadly, Freud's suggestion seems to make some sense to me. But just an observation that there are some other resources that come up in various places in the IRP. I'm thinking renewable natural gas or even like CCA compliance credits that face similar sort of pressures and competition and interest from other potential buyers aside from PSE, and probably good at sort of a very high and conceptual level to aim for consistent treatment of those types of resource competition questions throughout the IRP. So that might be something that PSE considers sort of addressing, and in the various places these types of issues come up, addressing a little bit about how a harmonious approach has been aimed for to the extent feasible.
Great. Thoughts or reactions to that from PSE? Saw some head nodding, Jim. So yeah. Okay. Well, if anyone else has thoughts for PSE about how to think about the cluster study, the BPA cluster study, that feedback report is available. Emily, if you could just redrop the link, and if we have time at the end and people want to verbalize some more thoughts, we'll try to do that as well. So Jens, do you want to carry forward?
Sounds great. Yep, let's go to the next slide. And for this, we're going to talk a little bit about what we're meaning for the reference case, but I'll focus on the bottom and then I'll hand it over to Locksman to talk into more details. So we're looking at including what this is based on your feedback, what the total amount of transmission constraint is as we move into the future, including the reference case. For and others, good questions earlier about what we're going to do about different build outs. So in short, we're also planning, in addition to that reference case, to model a few different sensitivities. One of those is if we put in and self-build some transmission to get achieved by 2035, what does that do? What does that enable? If we can, for example, get across the Cascades in that kind of a time frame, how can that better improve the overall portfolio for us and get access to clean renewables sooner? The other one we'll include is again those BPA 2023 cluster study builds, that new line they're expecting by 2040. And again, there's still a lot of questions as to is that really achievable in the time frame, and are they going to get enough subscribers? Because it's over $1 billion in terms of total transmission investment to enable that. And we'll also look at combining both of those. So in many ways, I guess to what Froy mentioned, we'll look at a range of options for this. There'll be a lot of analytics because really understand how different transmission build-outs play into the overall resource picture moving forward, and which one is going to help really bring to a lower portfolio cost as we move forward and what the benefits are. So with that, I'll turn over to Loxman to go into a little more detail about these transmission constraints in specific areas.
All right. Thanks, Jen. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lakshman Subedi, and I'll be covering the next few slides. I think the sensitivity is covered. Thanks, Jens, for doing that. I think the one thing I do want to point out on the slide here is that for 2025, our transmission capacity, as you can see, consists of all secure transmission that PSE merchant has contracts for. And for 2030 and 35, the transmission capacity will also include existing repurposed transmission and also new BPA transmission with longer lead time. We can go to the next slide, please. I'll be going through the key sources of our transmission capacity associated with each of these zones very briefly, starting with Eastern, Central, and Southern Washington. Summary of the total added transmission is on the table to the bottom right. For Southeast Washington, a total of 644 megawatts will be available for Lower Snake wind farm expansion. 154 megawatts of that is already under contract and is available starting 2026. The remaining 490 megawatts is expected to be available in 2028. In Central Washington, PSE's Mid-Columbia, or as we call it, Mid-Sea transmission, will be available for new resources connecting to or delivering to Mid-Sea. We expect to have 1,000 megawatts of Mid-Sea transmission available by 2035 to take delivery of new resources. And for Southern Washington, we could potentially have up to 300 megawatts of new BPA transmission to be available by 2030. And between these three zones, up to 1,125 megawatts of new BPA transmission from prior cluster studies, that is, studies up to 2022, could be potentially available before 2030. Next slide, please. So in the Oregon, Western Washington, and British Columbia zones, so for Oregon, we expect 300 megawatts of California, Oregon Intertie or COI transmission capacity to be potentially available before 2030. And in the Western Washington, we expect 100 megawatts of BPA transmission that is used for TransAlta PPA to be repurposed after 2025. And for British Columbia, we'll have 250 megawatts of contracted transmission that is available starting 2025. We can move to the next slide. For Montana, we will repurpose 363 megawatts of Colstrip 3 and 4 transmission after 2025. 315 megawatts of that 363 megawatts will be utilized to take delivery of the new Beaver Creek wind farm, leaving us with 48 megawatts of remaining capacity that can be used to take delivery of new resource out of Montana. There's also a potential to optimize the total 713 megawatt of contracted transmission with additional resources. And for Idaho and Wyoming, we're exploring options to secure up to 400 megawatts of new transmission from eastern Wyoming on Gateway West and Boardman to Hemingway transmission projects. Next slide, please. So this table here just ties up all the numbers I just went through across different zones, basically breaking down them across the years. As you can see at the very bottom, the total, and this includes the potential new BPA transmission that we discussed earlier. The total that could potentially be available by 2035 is 3,567 megawatts. We can move to the next slide. Yep. So transmission wheeling cost. So this table here summarizes the transmission wheeling cost, or as we call delivery cost, for delivery of resources from different areas to PSE system. And what we did here was, we derived these numbers from publicly posted transmission tariff rates from the different transmission providers. And we've included the long-term firm point-to-point transmission service and any applicable integration cost for balancing those specific resources based on the currently posted integration rates from the transmission providers. So as you can see on the table, the Washington and Oregon zones include a single BPA transmission wheel across, whereas Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming include multiple wheels. Between the columns, the difference in wind and solar for a particular region, for example, Southeast Washington, is because of their different integration costs. And the last column to the right reflects the losses associated with the transmission wheel, and it is also based on the currently posted rates from the transmission provider. And for BPA's annual rate increase, we're modeling an annual inflation rate of 4.75%, whereas in the previous IRP cycles, we were using a 3% inflation rate.
Lakshman, let's just pause real quick and see if anyone has any questions so far. And then I'll also just encourage maybe Elizabeth to get ready to come on camera because she has some co-location thoughts on your next slide. But let's start with Froy. Go ahead.
Hey, Lakshman. Yeah, I wanted to ask just a question about the difference in integration costs that come from the difference between wind and solar. Are these taken into consideration like production curves, or what are the integration costs that are sort of discussed or included here?
Right. So so the balancing costs, as we call them, those are BPA control area costs that are necessary to provide the gen capacity to follow within the hour variation of these verbs, because because these are verbs, there's variability and unpredictability to these resources, because they have to be used at the same time they're generated. So these are based on the rates that BPA charges any generator in their balancing authority area. And the rates for wind are higher than the solar.
Thanks for that, Lakshman. Let's do Jennifer.
So two questions in one here, actually. Are these costs much different than the last IRP? Have they changed outside of inflation? And then the other question is, particularly for BPA, but could be others, are these costs different if there is co-location with the storage project?
So these are based on BPA's rate cycle. As the BPA go through these every 2 years. So we used the rates that were applicable, at least for the last round of IRP, we used the rates that were applicable back then. And obviously BPA has revised those rates for this fiscal year. So that's what we are using right now. And for the co-location scenarios, at least like BPA's current policy is to charge both resources for balancing. Say we have wind plus solar, so both wind and solar will be charged for balancing cost.
Thanks for that question and for that response. Okay. We'll carry on, and then Elizabeth, if you want to chime in at the end after slide 119, go ahead. You go to the next slide, Will.
So before we jump on, just want to kind of key point on the inflation rate. So like I mentioned, previous cycles we were using a 3% inflation rate. We had some modeling done internally, using BPA's publicly committed evolving projects, and based on that, we're seeing an increase of 4.75%. I do want to note that it doesn't include any transmission upgrades from the 2023 cluster cycle. Just a point of clarification. All right. On to the next slide. So to help meet our resource need, we are considering co-location of new resources, solar and storage at existing gen sites to help optimize our existing transmission capacity. And the table here shows some of the candidates in different regions that we are considering. Obviously, we'll continue to evaluate the feasibility and timing of these options. And Elizabeth, I know you want to chime in here.
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify the idea of a co-location, it's the same thing as a hybrid. So a hybrid is a co-located resources. This is where you're looking at putting multiple resources into the same location, optimizing out the transmission. So this will be the idea of these are existing resources we have, there's transmission, there's interconnection there. We could put more resources there to optimize the use of the transmission, and looking at what are those resources we can put there and the sizing of the resources. And this is not limited to just these existing sites. So as part of the generic resources, we are looking at co-located or hybrid resources as also generic options that will go with those increased transmission limits. So the new transmission limits, those are also the options too, to try and optimize out the availability of resources and where we can put them as well. And so I just want to kind of note that. Also, if there's confusion between what is co-location versus hybrid resources, they are looking at the same idea, resources just located together.
Thanks for that, Elizabeth. Okay, back to you, Lakshman.
We can move to the next slide. So far, we've talked about BPA transmission capacity that could be potentially be available from the previous cluster study. So I'm going to cover briefly the results of their 2023 cluster study. And so cluster study is a BPA study process through which their transmission customers can request new long-term firm point-to-point transmission service on their system. So the 2023 study included requests for around 16,000 megawatts of new transmission on their system. And of that, around 5,000 megawatts was for transmission capacity to PSE system. The study identified a number of transmission upgrades on their system. One crucial transmission upgrades to PSE region ranged in cost from $0.8 billion to $1.2 billion with a 2038 timeline, and it utilized an incremental rate structure. And also key to note is that BPA did not offer any what we call long-term conditional firm service. So basically conditional firm service is a type of service that would have allowed for earlier delivery of resources before those identified upgrade projects go in service. So in absence of conditional firm transmission, no new BPA transmission will be available to PSE system until 2038 at the earliest. That would be the key takeaway of this slide right here. We can go to the next slide.
And I might want to, before you go to the next slide, Lox, I think I'll double down on that point. It's a really important, truly from a transmission standpoint, it's a game-changing perspective, right? Before Bonneville would say, yeah, it costs money to make investments, but we'll provide conditional firm service until those investments, right, new transmissions built. They changed their tune this time. I get some of the reasoning why, but it's a substantial change, game-changing change for transmission. So until the project's built, no new transmissions available via Bonneville. That's really a big shift between the last IRP and this one. Thanks for highlighting again, Loxman.
Thanks, Jens. So as mentioned in the previous slide, like earliest we can get new transmission is 2038. So we will build a bill limit sensitivity for 2040 using these BPA study results. And the numbers on the table here represent the transmission enabled through the 2023 cluster study in each of our clean energy zones, and they collectively add to around 5,000 megawatts. From a modeling standpoint, we'll also be considering some form of incremental rate structure versus what we call a rolled-in network rate for these additional transmission build. Next slide, please. Oh, this is back to you, Jens.
Look at that, great. I'll add on to your incremental rate structure piece, because that's a really important difference potentially as well. If it's rolled in the rate structure, that means we sign up for it. Many different developers, so to speak, or people that want transmission sign up for it, and it all goes into BPA's general rate that we pay. That would be the rolled in rate structure. The other piece on the previous slide, you can go back to that Bonneville highlighted, is that it'd be, I'm sorry, go to the next slide. We're going back and forth too much. Yeah, go back to the next slide. The really important part, and this is in the BPA backstop, the new upgrade that BPA identified around a $1.2, $1.3 billion, although that's not a fully rolled in cost. So they said, yes, it's there, but it would be incremental. So in other words, only the requesters that want the upgrade and want the capacity would pay for it. It wouldn't be spread across, so to speak, rolled into PSE's or BPA's general rates. So again, a substantial shift that we're going to have to figure out how to accommodate. I think we're very comfortable with where we're going to accommodate it in this IRP and how we model it, but it's going to be a substantial impediment to delivering Atlantic clean energy now that BPA doesn't have any more capacity. And if it does, it's going to be at an incremental or potentially very high cost to fully accommodate and pay for that transmission, and then also pay their rates moving forward for it. So we are definitely interested, and we are moving forward with talks with Bonneville on how we could backstop those different projects and potentially secure capacity on that, because it's important to enable clean energy, but it's going to come at there's going to be a price point to it, and it's going to be, I think, much higher than we've seen in the past for other kind of transmission capacity. So that's one of the options we're going down. The other one we're looking at is building our own and doing self-build options. We need transmission. It's going to be of critical importance in the 2030s. I don't think we'll have the luxury to wait to 2040. I think co-location has a part to play, and it'll help, but we're going to have to get some more transmission built to really be comfortable that we can secure the right amount of clean energy to meet our stated goals moving into the 2030s. So self-build options both across the Cascade Mountains are one of the ones we'll be looking at, as well as what is needed to access clean energy in Montana and into Idaho, Wyoming. And again, we'll look to include that as part of some different scenarios within the IRP so we can better understand that. It takes some more analytics, but it's an important piece of the picture that we need to holistically understand, I think, as part of this IRP process. And then the last thing I want to wrap with on the last, oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just saying, I know that you want to have a discussion with RPAG members, so let's aim to wrap this up in the next 3 to 4 minutes, and then you can have a few minutes for discussion. Go ahead.
Fantastic, then we're on time. That's great. In terms of the total need that we're looking at, just to help frame the picture, PSE published our 2023 plan that included and identified what kind of a transmission need we were looking for across the Cascades. It shows about 3,000 megawatts of transmission is needed by 2035. Again, Bonneville's not quite going to meet that for us, so I expect that need to increase as we move forward, but hopefully it'll help frame up the kind of need that we are experiencing and looking to close in that time period. And so let's go to the next slide, and then we'll be ready to kick off discussion a little more further. So summarizing all this up, in summary, transmission expansion is going to be a key part of ensuring we can deliver clean energy into the 2030s and help meet those seeded goals as we move forward. The clean energy zones are not in our backyard. They're either on the other side of the state in Washington State, or Montana, or Idaho, Wyoming, and maybe dipping even into Nevada. The key constraint for us is all of that power has to, one, get to the state and then get across the Cascade Mountain Range. And so that's part of the key issue that we are working on solving. And this IRP will look at those different scenarios so we better understand the implications with and without additional transmission build-out. And with that, let's kick into the discussion and we'll go from there. Hopefully we're on track and on schedule, Sophie.
Yeah, we're great. Next slide. Go ahead, Will.
Great. So in terms of discussion, we've talked a little bit about the different constraints, what we can do, how we can explore the different options. I think we went into some detail on co-location of resources, and yes, that's an option. So even though we've got constrained transmission, whether we call it hybrid resources or basically locating solar and wind and batteries all at the same location, it helps to better utilize the transmission that's available. So that's going to be something that's looked at and included. And then from a reference case, we'll assume we know the transmission that we know is available. And one of the questions we had earlier is how much of Bonneville's or BPA's cluster study transmission should we include? Should we include all of it? Should we include half of it, 3/4 of it in the reference case? And then we can look at sensitivities to add more in along the way. So that's one of the key questions. And then any other thoughts around adding in specific scenarios around BPA's 2040 solution or our own self-built solution?
Let's hear from folks and welcome back, Fred. I know you had to step out, but yeah, any thoughts on these current questions that Jens and Laxman are proposing or the previous one? Go ahead, Fred.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, Fred Hewitt, thanks. I'll be looking at the replay of this to pick up on the part that I missed. Just to start with the last point that Jens just raised, I think just to be prudent, you can't count on everything Bonneville is currently putting on the table. So I think you kind of have to have some kind of, rate or, range. What specific level you'll pick for the modeling, at least for the starting point, But the underlying issue here is, for me, is I think you said on slide 107, you're depending, Puget is depending on Bonneville for transmission. So is everybody, and that's worked for a long time, but it's clearly not anymore. And as Randy Hardy said, in clearing up, with the new cluster study, they kind of run out of running room here.
Fred, you're breaking up again.
I thought that was a mic drop moment. That was great, Fred. But
and the fact that they're not offering any more conditional firm. This is the internet here, anyway. Which, by the way, is a congestion issue, not a capacity issue. Nonetheless, speaking of transmission, so I think the first thing is to figure out how to optimize your own transmission. If you do that more. So, for example, things like storage as a transmission asset, kind of this very vague thing, but that might be a way to economize. Use your transmission better. Not cheap to do, but that might be something. Converting from AC to DC, where that may be appropriate for longer haul transmission across the Cascades in particular, something we got to look at. I'm certainly encouraging Bonneville to do that. But the big message that came out of the cluster study is they have 3 big projects they're proposing. The Garrison to Ash project, which would be Montana to Eastern Washington, the Schultz to Olympia project to bring stuff for both the UN for public power from central Washington over to the west side, and then offshore wind South Oregon coast. All 3 of them with delivery dates in 2038, none of them with a commitment from Bonneville to do them. Garrison to Ash in particular has been in BPA's planning off and on since 2003, and they haven't got it done. I don't have a lot of confidence that they will get it done in 2038 either. So I really think that this is a place where, and Puget, transmission is a really big deal, really hard to do, long-term, big risk on a financial side. This is where I think the region as a whole has to get together, and hopefully Bonneville will be willing to be more cooperative than they've been. But I think this is not just a question of self-build for Puget. I think this is a question for self-build for BPA's transmission customers broadly, however that works out. We've got to figure, whether it's in developer building or a group of, we've got a really big problem coming by the early 2030s, and where we are at right now is not satisfactory in my view. And I think it's finally all coming home. Everybody now is woken up to that. It's not an easy problem to solve. You can't just throw money at it, but I think we have to press Bonneville harder, get what you can get out of your own system as much as you can. Let's really think about that. because this is crucial to get renewable energy across the Cascades and access to markets. That's the other thing. It's going to need more transmission. It's going to need more capacity to do that. And this stuff takes 10 years or more to do.
Thanks for that, Fred. You cut out a little bit, but I think we caught the main aspects of that. Okay. Any other thoughts or responses to the questions posed by PSE here? Okay. Anything comes up? Any other responses or thoughts? You know where to find the feedback report. All right, I'm looking around the virtual room. I'm not seeing any other hands. So Laxman and Jens, thank you so much for all of those great thoughts, slides, and presentations. In the chat, I'm putting in some desk stretches for you all as we round the corner of our last half hour of our meeting here. We're going to do a quick reversal, and Gina and her team from Black and Beach, we have 20 minutes to kind of squeeze in those 3 presentations. And so I'm going to ask Will to go back to slide 62. And so Leslie, you're going to be up next.
Sure.
Great. If you can kind of condense this to, you know,
I
6 or so
am
minutes.
all about condensing.
All right, very good. Okay, go ahead, Leslie, and get us going.
Great. So I'm going to talk about carbon sequestration, carbon capture and sequestration. This technology is really characterized by when carbon dioxide is removed from the system. For pre-combustion technologies, you remove it before you do combustion, and for post-combustion technologies, you remove it from flue gas after combustion, and that's for fuels like natural gas and coal. So we chose to look at post-combustion, and there are 4 categories of post-combustion technologies: liquid solvent absorption, physical absorption, separation membrane, and cryogenic separation. And we focused on the liquid solvent absorption subcategory. So we're doing post-combustion liquid absorbent or liquid solvent absorption because it's the most commonly commercially available technology for method of CO2 separation, and it's proven technology, and the risks are well understood. So let's go to the next slide. So this is just a diagram that explains at a high level how solvent-based separation works. So flue gas comes into the bottom left side of the absorber. The solvent collects the CO2, absorbs it, and then flows through to the stripper. The clean gas that with the carbon dioxide removed is then exits the system as a cleaned stream. And then the stripper takes the CO2 and the solvent and splits those in 2, and CO2 exits the system as a stream. And then the reclaimed solvent that's now cleaned of CO2 is returned back to the absorber. So that solvent is in a closed loop, and the clean gas and CO2 comes out of the process. This technology removes 90% or more of the CO2 from the flue gas, and it can clean a flue gas stream that contains as little as 3 to 4% CO2 by volume. Next slide. So any questions on carbon capture? If not, I'm moving to enhanced geothermal. And so naturally occurring geothermal needs 3 things. It needs heat, it needs a fluid like water, and it needs permeability so that the water can move freely across the hot zones. And so in areas where the rocks are hot, but there is not enough fluid or permeability, that's where enhanced geothermal can be deployed. And so this technology, EGS, is opening up new areas for exploration. EGS at a high level, you inject a fluid deep into the ground, causing fractures where there used to be permeability. It allows the fluid to flow over the rocks and absorb the heat. And then the water is then pumped back to the surface to generate electricity via steam or via steam. So we looked at two different types of geothermal technologies. The first is by Fervo Energy. They use a traditional oil and gas drilling technique. So what they do is they drill vertically deep into the ground. Then they directionally drill horizontal shafts off of that in a spoke like a spokes on a wheel, and then that maximizes the use of the above ground equipment for more surface area underneath. And so they that water turns to steam as it goes over the hot rocks and spins the turbine, or it can provide heat to an organic raking cycle. Waze is the second company that we looked at, and their technology uses a drilling technique that produces a short wavelength wave, about 1 to 10 millimeters, and that wave vaporizes the rocks. So that's how they create their permeability. And then the process is very similar as far as creating electricity. Okay, next slide. So as far as carbon capture and sequestration, the coal-fired systems with the amine solution are commercially available. We have 2 commercial units in North America now. The natural gas-fired combined cycle units are a little further behind, but they're catching up quick. There are multiple feed studies in progress that will hopefully lead to construction projects soon. As far as size, there's no limit to how far they can scale, and the largest one is at 1.4 million metric tons per annum. For enhanced geothermal, some of the requirements is that it needs to be away from large population centers and not in earthquake-prone areas. Fervo, which is the more traditional drilling technique, is a TRL-7, which is in demonstration. And the Quaise Energy, which vaporizes rocks, is a TRL-4, which is in the they're getting ready for their demonstration project that they're hoping will happen in 2024. And I believe that's it. Any questions?
Well done, Leslie. I see a hand from Katie. Please go ahead, Katie.
Hi, thanks, Leslie. I asked this question a bit earlier, but I'm wondering if you could talk more in depth about why enhanced geothermal wasn't selected for modeling. And maybe this is more of a PSE question, but I'm just wondering if you could speak to like the locational aspects of enhanced geothermal, because my understanding is that the promise is that it's not as geographically limited as conventional geothermal.
That's correct. So it's not as geographically limited. And I will let PSE talk about why it was excluded from the study. I can tell you what I know about Washington State and their the current information that's available for geothermal. Right now, if you look at Puget Sound's territory on the currently available maps for geothermal, it shows it as a lower potential. However, like you just said, enhanced geothermal pulls heat from deeper depths, where some of the studies that have been done to create those maps did not go that deep. So the potential for the deeper heat in some areas is known and isn't there, and in other areas is not yet known. And to be candid, I'm not sure which this falls in, but that could be one reason, is there's just not definitive data on the potential. But I'll let PSE explain why it was left out of this part of the study.
Great. Elizabeth, can I turn to you?
Yeah, okay. All right, just getting everything turned on. Yeah, so this was a really decision on availability of the resource, whereas in the technology readiness level, as you can see, the enhanced geothermal is a little bit lower on the scale than the other resources we did choose to include for emerging technologies. They are moving into larger scale projects. The enhanced geothermal has not moved into larger scale projects yet. Also, like she said, there's not much known for what we can do in this area, and likely having to move into further areas, which gets into transmission constraints as well. So this is definitely something on the list. We're not putting in the 25 IRP, but it's still on the list. We're going to keep looking at it as we watch the technologies improve, where it can go, if more information can be found out of potentials in this area. As we know, this is an earthquake prone area. So that's also something to keep in mind. So that was some of the reasoning that went into why we chose some technologies versus others to put into the 25 IRP. I hope that helps.
Great. And then Philip, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to mention that, you know, if if you've all been following along with our meetings here for the last year or so, Fred and I have talked about this, just touched it briefly. I think both of us are excited about this technology. I know especially the quays. I've tried to find out some technical details about how much energy does it take to run the millimeter wave deal, to vaporize the rock. These are basically just, they use them to make fusion reactors. And I'm really summarizing this, but some real smart guy at MIT thought, hey, why don't we dangle it on an extension cord and, punch a hole in the ground? The fusion reactor takes an enormous amount of energy to start the reaction. Quays is starting at a retired coal plant in New York, I believe. And I don't know, because I haven't seen any of the details, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's because they need to run the coal plant just to make enough power to drill a hole. I don't know the answer to any of those. But I think I am absolutely really excited by that technology. But I think we'll learn a lot more once Quays gets there. Hopefully gets that plant installed. Is it 26 or something? Is that when they're on schedule to do that in 26? Was that what I thought?
Yeah, I think so. They're doing simulations now, so they haven't gotten to demonstration project yet.
Great. Brett, I see your hand, and then we'll move along.
Yeah, just to say, I think geothermal is one of those things. We got a lot of it in Oregon. A lot of interest in it anyway. We actually have an operating geothermal plant in Vail, way out in the east. Idaho Power is the off-taker. I think it's about 22 megawatts, but they haven't added to it. It's been there for a while now. A lot of research at Newberry Crater over by Bend that's been going on for 50 years. And they have moved, gradually from a more conventional approach to what I would now call an EGS approach. But where is it going? It takes a long time to do these things. And necessarily those things are going to be in environmentally sensitive areas. I just have to say that. I think Newberry is actually in a pretty okay spot. But when you look at the Cascades and look in Washington at the areas where this might be possible, and I'm not any kind of, geology guy really, it's going to be a difficult thing to do. I think it's got lots of long-term potential, but I just have to say, I don't see it as being a priority.
Yeah, the three major areas for good potential, and you're in Washington State is Mount Adams, Mount Baker, which is in southern and northern Cascades, and then Wind River.
Yeah, need I say more?
Right.
And these are industrial facilities out in the landscape. That's what they are. And, okay. And they're, the industry has a good track record overall. I think there are ways to do it in a safe way and, et cetera. But it's any kind of thing involving mining is going to take a lot of effort.
Yeah. I'm just going to break in because we have 5 minutes until we have public comment. Leslie, was there anything else you wanted to share?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so if you go to slide 68, then Will, I think let's wrap with the distributed energy resources with Gina, and then ask for forgiveness from our colleagues who we weren't able to get to. So go ahead, Gina. Oh, we can't hear you. You might be also having the issue with Teams if you want to get off of Teams.
Can you now?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, okay, I was just on mute. That was an easy fix. Distributed energy resources may be comprised of any combination of generating resources and located at a particular site. And most of these resources, are generally at a TRL 8 or TRL 9. And they can include something combined heat and power, which would be typically using an engine generator, turbine generator, and some boiler-based process in a cogeneration type of process using waste heat to generate, either heat for the system and or combined heat and electricity. You've got solar PV, and that could be rooftop, ground mount, carport, canopy, and floating. And where they're looking at the floating PV is more by being able to use on wastewater treatment reservoirs, ponds, and other calm bodies of water. So that'll save land space and kind of do a double duty for, those kind of ponds that need to be out there. They are more difficult to maintain because they are out on the water and need maintenance, specialized maintenance and equipment and personnel. Small scale wind for horizontal and vertical axis wind turbines. These are probably more for grid connected applications. Small wind turbines are typically only deployed when there's our sustainability, reliability, or resiliency drivers for the project. And again, this might be tied to some current customer, the utility that already has a small wind turbine and wants to work with a utility where maybe they could combine it with battery energy storage and help for resiliency on their feeder system. For battery energy storage systems, it's typically lithium ion, anywhere from 1 to 4 hours. What we've been seeing with some of our other utility clients is they're looking at deploying anywhere from maybe 200 kW up to 1 megawatt or 2 megawatt of anywhere from 1 to 4 hour duration. Best again either on feeders or in conjunction with customers who might have a health services campus, that type of thing, where they need some backup energy or want some, if the feeder goes down, they would like some kind of backup power to keep them running during a utility outage. So that's typically what we're seeing kind of being deployed right now. And then vehicle to grid systems. And again, as I think Leslie mentioned, these are it is very emerging technology and really kind of in the energy storage space. It's looking to use, it would require compatible V2G, vehicle to grid enabled electric vehicles and chargers so that they could use any excess power that could be pushed back into the grid while still maintaining the sufficient state of charge on the vehicles to meet typical operation needs. And I would expect this would probably be seen more in some kind of fleet if a customer had a fleet kind of vehicles where they're charging overnight, those kind of things. That energy could be pushed back onto the system fairly efficiently. I think the biggest thing with these are, and maybe go to the next slide, I think. Well, and I guess just the other note on these is that these typically will have some kind of virtual power plant or demand side management. They have microgrid controllers that the utility typically would have control of to help push, either take advantage of that extra storage or especially the BESS that might be tied to that. We took a look at solar PV and the BESS, the lithium ion, both 5 megawatt capacities and more in front of the meter, kind of on that feeder level. And really, for solar PV, we're probably still seeing, about the same, a little bit less than NREL for ATB, but pretty much in the same ballpark as NREL ATB. I think with NREL ATB, their projects may have been a little bit smaller than some of the ones that we were looking at. And I think we'll be doing a little digging just to see if we can refine that a little more. But I think this isn't the right ballpark of what you can expect for those systems. For the lithium-ion BESS, this is looking remarkably like the NREL ATB, and for now it's a placeholder. What we found is when we talked to our internal people that deal with BESS on the grid, I think there's a wide variety because the sizing in NREL was pretty small, or a lot smaller than even I think the 500 kW size. And then if you start pushing where you can accumulate, you can push more to 1 megawatt or 2 megawatt, I think the CapEx cost and even the fixed O&M cost will come down a bit. So we're going to do a little more digging on that to help PSE get some numbers into the IRP.
Thanks so much,
next slide.
Gina.
Yep.
I think that wraps us up. Any quick questions for Gina before we let the folks on the phone, the folks who have been observing this whole time, have a chance to speak? Okay, let's just do some next steps and then I'll turn it to the observers. So if you go to all the way down to the bottom, the last slide's there. So the first thing that I will note is that in the beginning, I think Kara mentioned that the February 27th feedback report and meeting summary would soon be available on the website. It is now available on the website, so click away. In terms of today's meeting, you have a week or so until April 1st to provide any other thoughts in that form. And then the next meeting that the RPAG will have is on April 17th, and that's going to be on conservation, potential assessment results, demand response programs, and the electrical vehicle forecast. In case anyone's going to drop off early, I just want to really say thank you to RPAG members who juggled their schedules, who carved out a whole, pretty much a half day for this. And I just know that PSE is really appreciative of your insights and your technical expertise. So with that, if you want to stop sharing, if Emily, you want to allow participants to raise their hands, we can get a stack going here. And at PSE, if you want to come on camera so that everyone can see you speak. So very good. I see Don's hand. Let Don, Emily, promote Don and allow him to talk, and we will get the timer going here. Don, can we hear you okay?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can. Go ahead.
All right. Well, this is a very informative presentation today, and we appreciate the involved participation level. The transmission limitations were one of the most sobering things I heard today, and Fred Hewitt made some great points. To prevent shortages in the 2030s, PSE really needs to accelerate development of solutions that are local, smart, and energy efficient. Since there aren't any slam dunks, we need to pursue many of the emerging technologies we heard about today in order to build a clean energy grid that is resilient in the face of different kinds of constraints. I was a little disappointed with the somewhat dismissive comments regarding vehicle to grid. It might not be here yet, but it is going to be a very important part of electrifying our transportation and maintaining grid reliability. And PSE could really be leaving the door open for other companies to offer these services. PSE needs to get serious about vehicle-to-grid and artificial intelligence to help manage the complex energy challenges that will develop during this decade. I hope to submit written comments on behalf of the Washington Clean Energy Coalition to the feedback form. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Don, for those verbal comments, as well as following up with some written remarks. Appreciate those. Next on my list, I have Thomas Kramer. So let's see if you could allow Thomas to talk, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. You're a little muffled, but we can hear you okay. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, thank you for including regional transmission in today's webinar. rather than just focusing on generation and storage resources. This topic may be worthy of a 3-hour webinar all its own. A couple of questions for further consideration. One, would a regional transmission organization help to optimize the grid so that power could flow more efficiently at lower cost, and also in negotiating with BPA? And two, could reconductoring and other grid enhancements, for example, dynamic line ratings, significantly increase transmission capacity? How much could they add to the available capacity figures? And then under long-term storage resources, suggest also considering hydrogen by electrolysis with discharge using fuel cells as a storage technology. A recent study at Stanford showed this to be more cost-effective than battery storage for longer-term storage, days versus hours. And finally, nuclear SMRs don't seem to meet the requirement identified on slide 14 today, which is likely to be viable on the timeline required in the IRP. Small modular reactors have been under development for decades, and their promises for safe, cost-effective operation have consistently failed. Within the past year, what was widely anticipated would be the first commercial SMR in the US, in Utah, was canceled before going into operation due to soaring cost estimates. It does not seem this technology is likely to be available when PSE needs it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Thomas. I'm actually not seeing any other hands, which is a good, oh, no, we have one from Virginia. I was expecting you. Virginia, please, I'll promote you and your 2 minutes start now. Let's hear your voice first.
Hi, this is Virginia Lohr from Vashon. And all I want to say, I don't need 2 minutes, is that I really appreciate the comments from both Thomas Kramer and Don Marsh, and that I support the things that they both have said, and hope that PSE will consider them seriously. And the only other thing I want to say is that I was a little disappointed at how long it took to get the results from that February feedback posted, that they didn't come till after this meeting. It would have been nice to be able to read them ahead of time. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thanks for those comments, both on what your colleague said and some process thoughts there. I appreciate you being short there, because I neglected to just explain our thinking about the different presentations that we didn't get to yet. And so I just want to extend my apologies to the Black and Beach colleagues here who we weren't able to get to. So we weren't able to get to the utility scale renewables and BESS, and we didn't get into the PSE IRP inputs versus the NREL ATB. So you have the slides, you have all that information. Please share anything that you have regarding those topics, and thanks for letting us be quick to make sure we had enough time for the public here. I want to give the last word to PSE. So Philip, do you want to just close us out?
Sure, yeah, thank you. And thank you all for joining us. I know this was a long meeting. You know, part of me wants to apologize for it being so long, but I think we ran out of some time to talk about some really interesting topics. So I know I could have gone another 2 hours. So I guess I'm sorry that this one took so long. On the other hand, you're welcome if you really enjoy this kind of work. So thank you all for joining us. And as Sophie mentioned, I'm sorry that we didn't get to all of the Black and Beach slides, but any questions or comments on those, feel free to send them to us. So thank you.
Very good. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening and afternoon, whatever your weather is, and we'll see you in a few weeks for your next meeting. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.